Just a reminder to staff when you're joining the meeting to remember to mute. Welcome. It is 4:02, so we will call the meeting to order. And I will start by telling everybody that City Hall is open to the public with reduced capacity and physical distancing requirements. Meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city website. And the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing, or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact pec@london.ca. And with that, I will look to committee to see if there are any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we have a number of consent items. I wonder if there are any that members would like pulled. Not seeing any for pulling. I will ask for a motion. The mayor is moving the consent items. Any seconder? Seconded by Councillor Turner. Any comments, questions, etc. on consent? Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick ones. So with respect to the, I guess the changes to the residential development charges grant program downtown and Old East Village, these seem to be necessary with changes to the Planning Act, Bill 108 and all that. The draft core area improvement plan, through you, Madam Chair, to staff, this seems to be very much tied to the core area action plan. And I didn't see much reference in it to our move forward, the downtown master plan. And I was wondering if there's a need for linkage to it, and if there was any contemplation with respect to that component, because that seems to be probably the more preeminent planning document for the core rather than the core area action plan necessarily.
Okay, I'll go to Ms. O'Hagan for that.
Hi, I hope everyone can hear me through the chair. So this is really a very technical document to implement the items in the core area action plan that do require a community improvement plan. It is a different format than we have used in the past because we really are just scoping it down to be able to access those incentive programs. We can certainly look at the tie to our move forward as we go into the engagement session and try to see if that's something that needs a bit of a stronger link.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. Through you, Madam Chair. When prepping for the meeting, the website's been changed and updated, so a lot of the really important documents that we might go to reference aren't accessible, including our move forward. I was wondering, perhaps through you to the clerks, if there's any update on when some of that key material, especially the planning file applications that used to be posted, none of those are up there anymore. And so that's, I recognize that's not directly tied to this, but there is one piece in that's helpful for us in our deliberations. So perhaps I could ask through you, Madam Chair, if there's a bit of an update on when that material might come forward.
Okay, and I have the city clerk in the room. Do you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The city clerk's office is not directly involved into the content that's on the website, but I can certainly bring that back to corporate communications as a concern.
Councillor?
Yep, thank you. So then there's one last piece in here, just on the next, what am I moving to? Bill 108 update. I wish I had a page reference. I think it's on page 5 or page 6. It doesn't have it marked on the online copy here. There's a component in here that states that we have 1 year to be able to update our processes. And it's then states here, it's on what would be, I guess, page 6 in the section of density bonusing in the last 2 paragraphs. This regulation directed that municipalities would be required to transition to the new community benefits regime 1 year after the date that the proposed regulation comes into effect. And then in the next paragraph, the last sentence follows after it came into force September 18th, 2020. As a result, the city will be required to update its density bonusing process no later than September 18th, 2022, which is 2 years after the date. So just looking for clarity over which one. Is it 1 year after the date or is it 2 years after the date? And is the date reflected there appropriate or does it need to be amended to 2021?
Okay, so just for reference, anybody looking at the paper agenda, it's on page 134 of the original agenda, not the added, the paragraphs that the councillor is referencing. So I'll go to Mr. Adama for that, I think.
Good afternoon, and through the chair, the correct timeline is 2 years, so you've got a typo, I believe, in the report. So the date of 2022 is correct, and the paragraph should have read 2 years after September 18, 2020.
Thank you. I guess more to the content than the kind of typo stuff. In the grand scheme of things, I'm really frustrated by some of these changes, and a lot of them without any consultation, as noted in the report. Kind of the omnibus bill that brought in to force in effect the remainders of these pieces really seems to handcuff our ability to do parkland dedication and bonusing in the same way that we used to. I tried to read through it kind of in between the lines in the report, but I guess what I'm wondering in this is how material is the impact that these legislative changes will bring? How material is that impact on our ability to actually do parkland dedication and to actually do density bonusing and to use community benefit charges in a similar fashion to what we've been doing? I recognize that there's going to be a development charges update that comes with this. Are we talking like what kind of order of magnitude does this do to upset our development charge regime and our community benefits financing?
Mr. Adama?
Through the chair, so a lot of what happened in Bill 197 was, in a sense, reverting back in some ways to the pre-Bill 108 changes. So parkland dedication, for example, the rates have reverted back to what they were, and they've been decoupled from the community benefits charge change. So in that regard, it's the change is not so significant as well with regard to development charges. And again, Mr. Edwards provided a lot of input on this section, so I'm not sure if he's in the meeting, but he may provide additional information. But from what I can understand and relay is that there were changes made in Bill 197 that added elements back into development charges that had been removed and put into the community benefits charge. So moving forward, my understanding is that development charges and parkland dedication can move forward without any, I would say, very major implications. In my mind, the largest and most significant change is the removal of bonusing from the Planning Act. So as a tool to obtain various or different types of services or benefits in exchange for additional height and density, that's been completely removed from the Planning Act. So we have 2 years to come up with alternatives to figure out how to retain some of those benefits. And my priority at this point really is in regard to affordable housing. That's been recently one of the biggest applications of bonusing. So because we have this 2-year window to replace those policies, so we can maintain our bonusing approach for 2 years. But within that window, we can complete our inclusionary zoning review and hopefully have policies in place before we have to repeal the bonus zoning policies.
And I see Mr. Yeoman has his hand up. So go ahead, Mr. Yeoman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I can speak to the DC matters. So the draft 2021 or the final DC 2021 DC study is actually on tomorrow night's SPPC agenda. I can confirm that the Bill 197 changes have made the city whole in terms of the services that were being recovered for under the 2019 DC study. The province, through the Development Charges Act, has restricted the number of services that can be eligible for DCs, but it's a much expansive scope than they had originally contemplated with Bill 108, which is quite promising. So we'll have further information for you on that as we continue into the next DC study.
Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yeoman and Mr. Adama. Both of those very helpful. So good to know on the DC side, we're generally whole. On the density bonusing side, it doesn't sound like we will be. So we've got a couple of years to figure that out. But just right now, do we see any paths towards staying whole, or do we lose a lot of ground on the density bonusing front?
Somebody's phone is ringing. If you could mute your microphone, that would be great. And I'll go, I guess, to either Mr. Adama or to Mr. Yeoman to answer that one for Councillor Turner.
Through the chair, I think the councillor is correct that we are losing the ability to move forward with density bonusing the way we have been. So over the next 2 years, we will be exploring other opportunities to retain some of the benefits that we were gaining through density bonusing up until now. So I mentioned affordable housing as one, but whether it's through the site plan process or other processes, we'll be exploring opportunities to maintain or to stay whole, as you said.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, sorry. And just finally, I'm going to read this as saying that our official plan and the way we've contemplated bonusing throughout it is going to have to be wholly revisited to figure out what maximum heights and densities are without the ability to bonus. That sounds like a rather massive task. I'd imagine we'd apply that to the place types on that level, but there's also a lot of special provisions and overlays and things like that where bonusing has already been contemplated into that whole planning framework. That 2 years doesn't seem like a lot of time to be able to completely revisit what seemed to be a rather central piece of our planning framework. I should inflect it upwards, so it sounds like a question at the end.
Is it a question, Councillor? Are you looking for comment?
It is. I guess what kind of work do we have ahead of us? Is it really of that scale, or am I overstating?
Mr. Adams?
Through the chair. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, through the chair. I think you're correct that it is a fairly significant policy review that we're undertaking. And when Bill 108 was first introduced, the transition deadline was January 1st, 2021. So we actually began a lot of this effort towards the end of last year and the beginning of this year, anticipating that deadline. So we did consider what approaches might be appropriate in terms of building height in the London plan. However, now that that deadline was pushed back for another 2 years, we have some more time to undertake that review. But you're right, it will require reconsideration of permitted heights in various place types, particularly currently in the London plan, there's sort of a two-tier approach to height where there's a standard maximum and then a maximum that may be permitted through bonusing. So we'll need to decide where the standard should become the maximum, or where the bonus or the maximum height with bonus should be the new maximum. And then also what mechanism would be required to get up to that ultimate permitted height.
And sorry, I just tweaked one more question, but I mean, through that, in order to do that, we have to do an official plan amendment, I'd imagine. And then that opens up a whole new set of exposure for appeals, I would imagine too, which pushes our completion date of the official plan before it's in full force and effect beyond anything I could possibly imagine as a horizon. Or are there provisions within the legislation that give us some protection in order to make the amendments necessary to accommodate the legislative change?
Right now, he's speaking.
Mr. Adama?
So I'm in, yeah. So I must have my.
Sorry, through the chair, Councillor. Sorry, I missed the last part of your question there.
Yeah, so the question was, because of that, we're going to have to make official plan amendments. And in order to make those official plan amendments, then they would also be subject to appeal. Or is there some protection that is granted within the legislative change, because we have to make those amendments that protects us from the exposure to further appeals and further delay of the actual implementation, of the full implementation of the London plan?
So through the chair, I'm not aware of any protections in terms of appeals included in this legislation. So presumably it would be, or an amendment would be required that would be subject to appeal. One complicating factor for our situation is that the height policies of the London plan remain under appeal. In fact, they were originally scheduled to be part of the hearing block that we just completed. But because of the changes to the Planning Act, they were pushed to a later stage. So at this time, our thinking is that an amendment will be brought forward to Council for approval and endorsement, which will then be forwarded to the LPAT for approval and hopefully resolution of those appeals.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other committee members with comments or questions on the consent items? Deputy Mayor Helmer?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the core area CIP, the draft that is being recommended to circulate for consultation and feedback. So first, I want to say through the chair to planning staff, thanks for your work on the core area CIP. I think the programs we're talking about, I think they're going to be helpful in addressing some of the issues that we're seeing in the core. However, it's noted in the report, I think in sort of the preamble to the sections where you've got commentary that came up during the consultation, that some of the summary of the comments may be inappropriate or insensitive. And I think that's maybe understating the case somewhat. And I think we're going to circulate the draft for feedback. I think we're going to get a lot of feedback about the language we're using to talk about people and the issues, the way that the issues are framed in terms of how we describe what's going on in the core. Some of these things are matters of opinion. So for example, when someone says there is not regular police presence in the core, I guess it depends what you think is enough police presence, because there is in fact regular police presence in the core, and we have a core unit that is patrolling the core area every day. So, you know, I think people can have a spectrum of opinion about how much police presence there should be, and depending on when you're looking and where you're looking, you may or may not see police officers. But there's a lot of opinion in the report, and some of it is very strongly worded. And so I think we need to be prepared to get some pretty direct feedback on that. I realize that, you know, the situation in the core, especially for people who are experiencing homelessness, extreme poverty, mental health and addictions issues, is very severe. And I think it's fair to say that it has been getting worse, especially while we have the double whammy of all of those things and then also a pandemic happening at the same time. But I do think it is really important that we properly frame what's going on and talk about it in a way that's going to lead us to solutions to the actual problems. And so I'm a bit concerned when I see things like people who are charged or back out on the street immediately in the core area CIP. And the reason I use that as an example is that I think that's true. You know, there are people who are charged and then the justice system decides that they're going to be released while they wait for their court date. There's nothing in the core area CIP that we're going to do that's going to have any impact on that whatsoever, because that's a decision that's made by people who are not working for the City of London and are not investing in the core, and it has nothing to do with land use planning or any of the mechanisms we're talking about introducing in the core area action plan. So I don't want to create expectations that, you know, a safety audit is going to lead to Crown attorneys doing something different. You know, I don't think that is a reasonable expectation. And I think we have to be careful that we're not, when we're talking about many of the issues that are happening in the core, we're not creating expectations that the core area CIP is going to help with all of these things. Because really the measures we're talking about are a core area a safety audit program and lower fees, eliminating fees so people can have better patio spaces. And that's it. Many of the other things that need to be done will happen in other areas. And so I just think it needs to be, the scope of the core area CIP cannot cover all of the issues. It's not going to address many of the underlying factors that are leading to the issues we're seeing in the core. And I don't want to create that expectation. So I will support circulating the draft, but I do think, especially in some of those sections, we're going to get some pretty strong feedback about some of the language that has been used, and potentially maybe some suggestions that some of these programs need to be different if in fact we're going to try and tackle some of these other issues. So I think it's helpful. I think we have to be very clear-eyed about what is going on, but also very clear-eyed about what is the cause of those issues and how can we actually address them so that we're solving on them in the long run.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Barrett's got his hand up. I'll go to you, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide a comment to the Deputy Mayor's comments, because I think that that's really important to note. And I would really appreciate any feedback that he might want to provide. One of the things the Deputy Mayor pointed out, which is really important, is that the CIP can only deal with land use issues. The purpose of the CIP is to give council the authority and the powers to make grants or loans where they would otherwise be precluded. But there are many other actions that council can take that would be outside the CIP. And I think as the councillor noted, and what we tried to accurately reflect in that second section of the report was what we were hearing when this went out. And we did hear all of these things. And as the councillor noted, some of them are not said in the most sensitive manner. But this plan itself is going to be very narrow in the scope, and the councillor noted that in fact it's only proposing 2 programs because those are places where council can use the authority under a CIP to make a grant or loan, and that's what this is all about. So any suggestions that you might have or assistance on how we can frame that, so we can note that yes, we hear all these concerns, but the concerns that we can address here are very narrow, very limited in their scope, and what might appear to be a very narrow document is narrow based on its legislative framework and not based on a lack of concern by the city to do other things. And so I very much appreciate the comments, but also would very much appreciate any language or suggestions that might help us frame that so the public understands, in fact, what this is all about.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Any follow-up, Deputy Mayor?
I won't inflict it upon all my colleagues to hear all my suggestions, but this is a draft, and I'll definitely follow up with planning staff outside of this meeting with some feedback about how it could be improved. And I'm already thinking about potentially if the mechanisms are really sufficient. We've got, and it's all within context, right? So we have the affordable housing CIP, and if you were to just look at this core area CIP in isolation, you might get the wrong idea about the various programs that are being developed and will be available. And I think we just need to make sure that all the linkages are there, and that even in this report that it's pointing to, as is attempted in the report, I think, to point to some of the other things that are available citywide that might have, frankly, a more meaningful impact on some of the underlying causes of the issues we're seeing. So I'll follow up with planning staff. I appreciate the opportunity.
Wonderful. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Committee, any other comments or questions on consent items? I'm seeing none, and I don't see any blue hands from our visiting council members. And I do note also that Councillor Kayabaga is also another member of this committee, and she is also with us remotely by audio. So not seeing any other. We have a mover and a seconder for the consent items, and I'll call the vote. I wonder if all the committee members are signed into the eScribe system. Oh, I still have to call it out? Okay. I still have to call the vote out, but if you are signed into the eScribe system, which is what the clerks have asked us to do, I would invite you to vote on your computer, and I will still call the vote member by member. And I'll start with Councillor Turner.
Yay.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor Holder.
Yes.
And Councillor Kayabaga.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, that brings us to our first public participation meeting, item 3.1 in the scheduled items. And it is an application for 1761 Wonderland Road North. And I have Ms. Riley, I believe, joining us. And I wonder if you could give us a brief introduction for this.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This application is for 1761 Wonderland Road North. The subject site is located on Wonderland Road north of Fanshawe Park Road West. And the lands are currently vacant with a lot frontage of approximately 91 meters and lot area of approximately 1.07 hectares. The subject lands abuts commercial to the south, commercial across Wonderland Road North to the east, commercial communication towers and residential to the west, and offices to the north. The applicant proposes to construct a 17-story mixed-use building with a maximum of 228 residential units in a building generally configured in an L shape along Wonderland Road. They are also proposing 133 surface parking spots and underground parking accommodating 189, along with indoor bicycle storage and internal loading areas. After a thorough review of the 1989 official plan policies and the London plan policies, staff are recommending refusal of this request. Looking at the provincial policy statement with regards to employment opportunities and considering the use, it is important to recognize that the subject site was previously redesignated from office to commercial, and this proposal to facilitate a residential use does erode the employment opportunities this site was intended to accommodate. It should also be noted that while the applicant has proposed through bonusing affordable housing units at 85%, the Housing Development Corporation, the HDC, did not participate in any recent negotiations pertaining to bonusing for affordable housing for this proposal, and that that this combination of term rate and number of units is not consistent with bonus elements that has been recommended by HDC and approved by council in the past. In the general commercial no policies of the 1989 official plan, mixed-use developments are permitted. However, as previously noted, the proposal includes a substantial residential component with only an accessory commercial use, which does deviate from the planned commercial function intended by policy, which the applicant sought to have applied to the site through a requested zoning amendment in 2010. The applicant has requested a site-specific policy to permit a maximum residential density of 220 units per hectare within this neighborhood commercial zone node. As previously mentioned, the designation of the site was changed in council in 2010 from office area to neighborhood commercial node. After several staff recommendations were presented in support of the proposed commercial function of the site, council's decision was subsequently held up by the Ontario Municipal Board. And as such, it is challenging to suggest that the commercial designation currently applied to the subject site would not accurately reflect the intent of council to warrant consideration of special area policy to permit this high residential development, and therefore is inconsistent with the specific area policies. Furthermore, the proposed standalone apartment building with the accessory commercial use is not consistent with the planned function of a commercial node. The proposed development is more compatible with a multifamily high-density residential designation, which is not applied to the subject site. Neighborhood commercial node designations cannot simply be interpreted to be a proxy for multifamily high-density residential land use designations. Similar to the policies of the 1989 official plan, the London Plan contemplates and encourages mixed-use developments within the shopping area place type. However, the policies speak to the primacy of commercial uses with the supplemental inclusion of complementary non-commercial uses. Additionally, the city structure plan establishes a framework for where these types of high-rise buildings are to be located. Although the subject lands abut a primary transit area, the site is not located and within this, and the boundaries of the PTA cannot be interpreted. Therefore, the requested amendment for this high-rise residential apartment is not consistent, again, with the intent of the shopping area place type policies. Next, and quickly, I'd like to talk about a brief overview of intensity and form as it relates to the appropriate policies. As mentioned, the subject site is located within the urban growth boundary, but not within the primary transit area. It is also in the shopping area place type as noted in the London Plan, which is not an area identified for intensity. This type of development should be directed to an appropriate area as outlined above. The PPS also discusses long-term economic prosperity and that it should be supported by maintaining and, where possible, enhancing the vitality and viability of downtowns and main streets. The city systems of nodes and corridors within the PTA looks to implement this. The subject site is not a main street. It is not in the downtown. And with the limited market for high-density residential in London, applications that are approved outside of the appropriate areas make it more difficult to enhance the vitality and viability of our downtown and main streets. The 1989 official plan directs this type of high-density residential to appropriate areas within and adjacent to the downtown, near the periphery or regional and commercial shopping areas, and in selected locations along major arterial roads and specific transit nodes. The proposed mixed-use development with a high-density residential component is not appropriate within this neighborhood commercial node. It is not identified as an appropriate area of intensification, as it is again intended for commercial with accessory residential. The proposed density of the 220 units per hectare is beyond the typical range of high-density residential intensity outside of the downtown and central London. With the subject lands being located within the neighborhood commercial node at Wonderland and Fanshawe, which currently contains several commercial plazas and standalone commercial, It is clear that the intent of the subject lands were to develop as in a commercial format to complete this note. The London Plan controls how intense these lands with specific criteria and height framework. However, it does not limit density as a development by place type. The subject lands are within the shopping area place type. Buildings within this place type will not exceed 4 stories in height.
Ms. Riley, I wonder if you're nearing the end of your introduction.
I am almost done.
Okay.
I'll cut it short. I'll just go to the end then. And based on the policies mentioned and the review of applications, the site is not conducive to this level of intensification. I do want to make note, though, that staff recognize that the proposed development represents a significant development proposal and have met with the applicant to see if form and intensity of development in the balance between commercial and residential area could be modified to fit within the policy framework. However, the gap between the intended land use identified in both official plans and the proposed development was too wide to bridge, and staff could not interpret the policies to be permissive of the development proposal. However, staff are more than willing and would be pleased to continue to work with the applicant to come to an agreement for a suitable mixed-use development that does fit within the policy for this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. And I will look to committee before we go any further for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Turner and seconded by Councillor Hopkins, and I'll call that vote. Councillor Turner?
Yay.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yes.
Mayor Holder?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer?
Yes.
And Councillor Kayabaga?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. So I note that Mr. Scott Allen, representing York Developments, was planning to be in attendance. I wonder if he's here and if he would like to address the committee. Go ahead, sir, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. Good afternoon, members of council. Again, my name is Scott Allen with MHBC. We are acting on behalf of York Developments. With me today are several representatives of York Developments who'd be glad to answer any questions committee members may have. The committee was provided with a letter prepared by York late last week in response to city staff's comments. I'd like to briefly touch on a few key elements of that letter. At the outset, I wanted to emphasize that the decision to proceed with this application for mixed-use high-rise development at this location was made with careful consideration. York Developments recognized the site's merits, given the fact that it's surrounded by commercial and office development, as well as commercial towers or communication towers, my apologies. It's also at the periphery of the node that Ms. Riley spoke of. Additionally, it has excellent accessibility to both arterial road networks and the LTC routes, and bike lanes are available on Wonderland Road and Fanshawe Road. We also wanted to advise, we recognize that the city's planning direction is to focus towers or high-rise development primarily amongst the BRT route. And York supports this overall direction, but it's also important to consider that there should be opportunities for high-rise developments and a housing choice at appropriate locations outside of the BRT route system, I should say. And York's experience at Alto, which is 545 Fanshawe, where the 2 towers are being constructed immediately east of the site, illustrates that not only can a development be successfully integrated into and around the node, but also that there is an excellent market for high-rise development outside of key areas of the city, BRT system in particular. And additionally, as Ms. Riley mentioned, the site is located just outside the primary transit area. The property at 655 Wonderland is immediately adjacent. Immediately adjacent site is in the primary transit area. My apologies. It's hard to speak with this thing. So York Developments engaged the architecture to come up with a design that complements the development area and provides a slender tower to minimize views. And most importantly, to take that massive residential development and put it into a form that's separated considerably from adjacent residential areas and provides an attractive landmark potential for the subject, for that development area for the node in particular. MHBC carried out a planning justification report for this study. We evaluated the merits of the application and the design relative to the planning policies. Ms. Riley spoke to them. In our opinion, site-specific permission would be appropriate at this location, that it meets the criteria set out in 1989 official plan and London plan for specific area policies, recognizing the merits that I spoke of generally and others outlined in our report. Also, we've proposed a bonusing program that recognizes the additional height and density and provides designs or features, I should say, that are commensurate with that requested height, including affordable housing. I also wanted to quickly respond to a couple of other matters of staff. One being that this proposal we feel would be valuable for the node to help its vitality by providing a large number of residential developments plus commercial opportunities to help the overall vitality of the node itself. And again, additional housing options would be provided in Northwest London as a result of this. Finally, with respect to the comment that there's been a transition from the original permission from the intermunicipal board, which was for commercial, to this development, that is fully recognized. York's development's opinion is that there is not sufficient market demand for a commercial development as a standalone at that node. The node is well served now with commercial developments, probably the largest neighborhood commercial node in terms of GFA in the city. And their experience over the last 10 years has been that there's just not sufficient demand for a viable development purely commercial at that location, which is why they're looking to transition towards a mixed use form. And so finally, I just wanted to indicate that we wish that the committee support our proposal to proceed with the OPA and ZBA applications as requested, and that we've provided alternative recommendations as part of the submission to council that from York's letter from last week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wonder if there are any members of the public in any of the committee rooms who would like to address the committee on this item. I see one member coming forward. State your name, sir, and you will have 5 minutes to address the committee.
My name is Richard LaBelle. I own the commercial plaza immediately south of the area that's proposed by York Development. I'm 100% supportive of this development. I spoke with the tenants in my plaza. We're also 100% supportive of this development.
Thank you, Mr. LaBelle. Any other members of the public who would like to speak? I'll ask one more time. In any of the committee rooms, I'm looking on the screen to see if there are members who would like to address this committee. And I am seeing none. So I will look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Mayor Holder. Oh, Councillor Turner, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we haven't done technical questions of the applicant or of staff, so I'm not sure if we.
My apologies. Yes, my apologies. I'll go with that. We can do technical questions right now. We can close the PPM in a few minutes. Do you have a technical question?
I do.
Go ahead.
I had a few, but if there's others, councillors to go before me, I'm happy to allow that.
Okay. Any technical questions from committee? Go ahead, Councillor Turner. And I see you, Councillor Van Holst. I'll come to you. I'm going to go with committee first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few, perhaps both for the applicant and for staff. I'd like to know a little bit more about the OMB appeal that happened in 2010. There's a number of applicants in that appeal that are listed in the report. I think my concern with this is that moving forward with something other than staff recommendation just opens us up to another round of appeals. And I think staff, sorry, I'm not going to make arguments here. I'm just kind of curious about what the nature of those appeals were and how they ended up being resolved at the end.
Okay, we can go to staff. I'm sure the applicant may have a response as well, but I'll start with city staff.
Madam Chair, it's Michael Tomazinski here, and I'd like to initiate a response to that answer. Back in 2012, this site was an office area designation, and the applicant purchased the site for the purposes of accommodating a supermarket. And after an evaluation of the proposal and the official plan policies, staff as well as city council agreed that this was a good candidate site to expand the commercial node and redesignate the site from office to commercial for the purposes of accommodating that supermarket. The appellant, No Frills, or Loblaws Corporation across the street, filed an appeal against council's decision, as well as landowners in the Sunningdale and Richmond Street area who have a community commercial node where they also intended to accommodate a supermarket. And so those property owners appealed the decision of council, and staff, as well as in concert with the applicant, successfully defended council's decision.
I see Mr. Sufan is in the room, and I wonder if either he or Mr. Allen would like to address that, if you have any additional comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. MHBC was acting on behalf of York Developments at that OMB hearing, and I wasn't specifically involved, but I can indicate that yes, Mr. Tomaszyknik's analysis of that hearing is accurate.
Thank you. Just wondered if you had anything more to add, but thank you for.
No,
Nope, that's fine.
That's probably fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turner. You're muted, Councillor. I see you're.
You're very helpful. Thank you. I had it unmuted and then I muted instead. Went the wrong way on the button. Can we talk a little bit about the servicing, the transit and sewer servicing components that are referenced in the report here? It talks about those not having been addressed through the application, but it's anticipated that that the servicing that is present probably isn't sufficient to service that building. Transit, I believe, in terms of the primary transit area, this area is served by the 9 and the 19, I think are lower frequency routes. The 9 might be a little higher frequency, but I don't think that Deputy Mayor Helmer might be able to correct me on that. But it doesn't look like it's an area that's well served by transit. It is served by transit, but not well served by transit. And I think the other question for staff would just be, Mr. Allen had made the statement that we were looking only to approve towers along BRT lines. This is different than the primary transit area, and I don't believe that to be the case. I think we've got areas that are designated for towers that are outside of BRT lines, but if we could just get that correction, that would be helpful as well.
Okay, we'll go to staff.
Madam Chair, Michael Tomazinski here again, and I'll answer some of those questions related to the PTA, the primary transit area, and as well as areas for high density residential. The councillor is absolutely correct that there are many areas in the city that can accommodate and have been planned to accommodate high density residential development. Even in the London plan, those areas that aren't located along the primary transit routes have also identified remnant high-density residential locations well outside the primary transit area where high-density residential can be located. I should also note that the subject site, the official plan policies do contemplate residential development here. It's just not at a scale that's being proposed, but up to 6 stories could be permitted. The last thing I'll mention just about that is I believe Mr. Allen indicated that there's a demand or that areas like this should be able to accommodate high-rise development. And I'll just remind the committee that council did support residential high-rise in this area, and those 2 buildings are being constructed right now. So council did provide for a mix of this type of housing in this area, and that mix is being fulfilled right now. But as for the servicing, I'll look to one of my colleagues to answer the question related to servicing.
Thank you, and through the chair. So wasn't deeply involved in the review of this application, but looking at what we've got in City Map and looking at the configuration of the sewers, there actually isn't a sanitary sewer that fronts this property in particular. There are some downstream trunk sewers that could potentially be tied into, but it would involve extending sewers south and potentially east or west. So there's quite a bit of work involved if we're going to contemplate something of this density.
Councillor Turner?
I might have a bit in a second, but that's what I've got for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I see you, Mayor Holder, and then I see you, Councillor Hopkins, next.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just trying to get some wisdom on this, if I could, please. Through you, Chair, perhaps Ms. Riley, but I'm sure staff will tell me who the appropriate respondent should be. Trying to understand here, acknowledging your recent acknowledgement that we've got a couple of buildings already in the area, in fact, extremely close, of similar style and type, it seems to me, than what's being proposed here. I'm trying to understand the quantitative difference between the extent of that high density residential use that's already permitted and what's being proposed. And I know we can say 150 units versus 220 is 70, but can we get into that a little bit in terms of the issues of density of units per hectare? Can I get some clarity around that, please?
Mr. Tomazincic or Ms. Riley?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the applicant has proposed 220 units per hectare for this site. And typically when we're looking at units per hectare within the central London area, it's 150 units per hectare. So therefore, the applicant has applied for a special area policy to increase this density to allow for this 220 units per hectare. I hope that helps a little bit with what you're asking.
Sure it does. So I appreciate that that's the process. But are you saying that area cannot accommodate 70 additional residential units? And I'm particularly, maybe I can just add to that as well. I'm going to presume that if we had additional requirements, as was mentioned just a few moments ago, with respect to being able to treat, to provide the service treatments of that building, that would be the responsibility of the applicant. So it may be extra work, but I'm just trying to understand the logic of the 70 residential units additional being requested, if that site cannot handle it or could.
So I believe for you, Ms. Riley, can the site handle the additional proposed units? And I guess for Mr. Feldberg, would the servicing of the site be the responsibility of the applicant? So I'll go to Ms. Riley first.
Madam Chair, it's Michael Tomazincic here, and perhaps I'll just chime in. And I hope I'm answering the mayor's question here. It's not a matter or not of whether or not this site can physically accommodate that level of intensity, notwithstanding the servicing issue. It's whether or not the planned function of this site is fulfilled by the construction of this high-rise apartment building. The intent is that this area be an employment node filled with commercial uses, and that it accommodate residential units as part of an accessory of a commercial development, but not a standalone residential development. Had council intended this site to be developed for high-rise residential purposes, I would presume that council would have designated this a high-density residential designation rather than a community commercial node. I hope that answers your question.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Tomazincic. Question for you, though, if I could, please, and that is, the reference was made to transit, and I'm going to presume that that's because of the high traffic. I mean, if we're talking Fanshawe and Wonderland, colleagues, this may not be rapid transit node that we've referenced, but a pretty significant transportation site. So from my standpoint, okay, so I'm not concerned about the transit piece particularly. So let me just ask one final question here in terms of those 70 additional units. Does that necessarily preclude, if we had the 70 additional units, more common ground? And I'm talking about commercial units on the ground.
Mr. Tomazinski?
So, Madam Chair, yes, the intent of this designation was for commercial as the primary land use.
Yeah.
But then once you have that established, then you can also accommodate residential uses on the site. Again, I hope I'm answering your question. And one more thing I just want to mention, I'm just looking for the number of units because we keep talking about 70 units, but I don't believe the actual number of units is 200 residential units. I just wanted to.
Yeah. So we're talking about so what we're talking about here is a hectare of property. We're talking about 150 units that is currently permitted, and these folks are requesting an additional 70. So it kind of comes back to my very original question, and so because this is the technical piece, I will leave my opinions out of this for this moment here. But it sounds like from what you've indicated, or what I've indicated at least, the transit piece isn't the issue. This is the position of staff based on the official plan. I've got the technical piece I need to. Chair, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Mayor, you did ask a question about servicing the land, and I'll go to Mr. Feldberg for that. Would the applicant be responsible for making sure that there's adequate services for this land, for this use?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, they would, but as it's not been contemplated in our DCs at this point, it would take some time for us to assess and make sure that we have enough capacity downstream. Which could be a costly endeavor. I don't know. I'm not saying that it's not possible. It's just at this point, we haven't done that technical review.
Thank you, Mr. Feldberg. Councillor Hopkins, technical questions?
Technical question, and it's around the intensification of this application. And I'd like to understand the affordable housing component to this, to staff or to the applicant. Just a bit more clarification on a provision of 5% affordable housing units at 85% for 10 years. And it has not been endorsed by HDC, and just want to expand on the intensification that's being asked and the question around affordable housing. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff or to the applicant.
Okay, well, I see the applicant standing at the microphone, so I'll go to the applicant first.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I had a conversation with HDC about 6 months ago when we initiated this application, and we've had another meeting since then. And the discussion was about following some of the CMHC guidelines that are in place under their programs. And I had a conversation with Brian Turcotte as early as 1:30 this afternoon as well. And I think there was some confusion about how the calculations were how we arrived at these calculations. So in layman's terms, we're looking at 85% of the market values or the market rents on 1-bedroom suites only. So affordability on a 2-bedroom suite after we reduce the rents by 15% isn't really affordable in the real world at this point in time. Basically, when we say 5% of the total number of units in relation to affordability, we talk about the entire building, so not just the part that we're bonusing up. which would really be 5% of the 70 units. What we're trying to demonstrate is we're going further and saying it's 5% of the 220 units. So basically you're looking at 12 to 13 units of affordability at the 85% mark for 10 years. Now, Brian mentioned to me that, you know, maybe 10 years is not where we want to be. It's probably closer to 15 or 20. And I told him we were definitely okay with that. And I think what he said to me today was that they didn't endorse the proposal because we haven't got to a point where we ratify an agreement. We've got a meeting this Thursday to try to ratify a draft agreement and nail down the numbers, the term, the rental rate reduction, and get sort of those details inked. So hopefully that helps, and I'd like to answer any questions that you may have further. Also, in regards to the density, because I think I heard the question a couple times. So at 545 Fantia Park Road West, our current development, just west of Wonderland Road on Fantia. So basically there's a property between us, this proposal, and the proposal that's being built, and phase 1 tower is built in full. Phase 2 tower is just about completed and in a pre-leasing stage with huge demand. So the density calculation on that 545 site was 291 units per hectare. At this proposal, we're looking at 220 units a hectare. So we're asking for less here, much less, but we're also adding the carrot of accessibility at 20% of the entire units, and the affordability factor that we hope to ratify and draft this Thursday with HDC. So hopefully that answers some of those questions. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins? Okay. Any other technical questions from committee members? I'll go to Councillor Van Holst first, Councillor Turner, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to inquire about the commercial that will be set up here. I note that it had been zoned to accommodate 3,600 meters squared of commercial as a supermarket, but it seems to be that 600 meters squared is what's planned in the building. And I'm wondering if the entire bottom floor is to be commercial.
I'm going to go to Ms. Riley first on that one.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. The applicant has proposed, requested a pharmacy along with some commercial uses to cater to the residents of the proposed high density residential.
Do you know the gross floor area that's proposed?
They're proposing just under 600 square meters.
Councillor Van Holst is confirming what you've said. You asked, is it the entire ground floor? And I believe the report says it isn't, but I'll go to Ms. Riley for confirmation.
That's what I'm looking at now. I'm looking at the proposed drawings that were submitted, and it looks to be not just solely on the ground floor. Perhaps the applicant can just confirm that. I'm just trying to pull up the drawings here now.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. So, Mr. Soufan, where will the commercial be located, and will it be the entire ground floor?
So the commercial is approximately 7,000 square feet in total. And it's basically the entire ground floor fronting Wonderland Road. The L-shaped component that goes east to west behind Dr. LaBelle's Plaza is residential accessible units off the ground floor. So basically there's two footprints. There's the Wonderland Road footprint, which is predominantly commercial on the ground floor other than a apartment lobby. The dog leg, we'll call it, the east-west dog leg, are residential courtyard suites that are built for accessibility off the ground floor.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's my only technical question.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if Ms. Riley did a fairly good job of this. I just wanted to expand on this a little bit because I think it was an important point. The rationale for why towers are discouraged outside of the primary transit area and in areas that aren't in the remnant high density overlays. What is the policy trying to accomplish in discouraging an application such as this when it comes forward?
Ms. Riley?
So in the London plan, the policies are trying to direct this type of intensity to areas such as the downtown, along rapid corridor transit areas. And therefore, this is not, this site is not identified as one of those. It is a neighborhood commercial node. It's not within the policies where higher intensity is directed, if that makes sense.
So is that another way of saying then that there's a limited demand for high density towers, and that building them in places outside of those areas of concentration decreases the ability to accomplish the goals of the policy?
Ms. Riley?
Yes, this is a neighborhood commercial node, and I mean it's a node. It's a node directly to this is the last piece of land within this node. So when we look at, let me kind of do an example. When we look at the city structure policies, and we notice that this is in the urban growth boundary and not within the primary transit, the policy specifically directs this type of residential intensification to these other types of intensive forms for development for the downtowns, such as the downtown area, the transit village areas, rapid transit corridor areas. So that's where the policies, and the key policies, the city structure policies within the London plan direct this type of development to, if that makes sense. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, to the applicant. Mr. Soufan, you've got a long history of building and bringing things forward that are generally well received and recommended by staff. It's a rather a rarity that something comes forward that's rather clearly recommended for refusal, and seems to be counter to a large number of our policies. Would you be able to explain why it's being brought forward despite the recommendation of staff at this point, and if you could characterize a little bit of the discussions to see where there might be opportunity for some common ground in the future?
Mr. Soufan?
Yes, well, this proposal originally was for a Sobeys supermarket. And so Sobeys was going to open a 40,000 square foot supermarket here back about 8 years ago. Because Loblaws appealed us and held us up in litigation for about 2.5 years, Sobeys ended up going to the corner of Oxford and Wonderland. So it left us here with a vacant parcel of land without any future for a commercial tenancy because, as you can probably notice out there, large commercial boxes, even mid-sized commercial boxes, are losing value due to e-commerce and people's shopping and spending habits. So we had to recalibrate and take a close look at what we would build on a site like this. And so we considered a self-storage facility because of the demand that there is in the area for self-storage, but by osmosis, via the 545 Fanshawe development, the 2 towers there called the Alto Towers, we found a significant demand for residential suites at this intersection. And so, like I said previously, our Tower 1 development is fully built and fully occupied with very little vacancy. And the only vacancy we do have are the large 2-bedroom suites, and they're single digits in regards to the number available. The Tower 2 development is just finishing off. Again, our 1-bedroom suites, there's a waiting list. So what we've done, this proposal that's in front of you today, we've recalibrated the unit mix, the suite mixes. So we've gone to a predominantly 1-bedroom and 1-bedroom plus den building because of the significant market demand for those smaller suites that are more market-driven affordable without the affordability factor via the bonusing that we're proposing. And we're finding those are folks that work in the immediate area, whether they're working at the commercial center to the east or to the west, or Masonville Mall in that commercial district to the east, or in the medical offices in the plazas directly adjacent. We're finding there's a significant demand, and we wouldn't be here today in front of you if we didn't know there was a significant demand. And this argument about us being outside the primary transit area, it's a little hollow. We're within 50 meters of that primary transit stop. So if you can't walk 50 meters to that primary transit stop, you know, it's a bit of a hollow argument with all due respect. So love to answer any further technical questions you may have.
Councillor Turner?
No, thank you.
I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Mine's not a technical question. I want to get into the debate part of the meeting, so keep me on the list for that.
Okay, I've got you first on my list. Any other technical questions? Not seeing any. I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. And I'll call that vote. Councillor Turner.
Sorry, I'm working between two screens. Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor Holder.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
I'll go to Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Okay, so I just want to be, based on what I've heard so far, what I'm leaning towards is, I'm interested to know what my colleagues think about this, but is a referral back to staff to see if we can get a different mixed-use building that is closer to the current policy framework and potentially supportable by staff, maybe with better bonusing, because I think something reasonable can be worked out for this site. And I think the applicant and staff have a good track record of working together on these things. So I think that as long as it's not a long time, I think there's room to talk it over, come back with some kind of revised concept, nail down some of the pieces about affordable housing in more detail, and then have it be considered by committee. Again, I'm thinking maybe one cycle or as soon as it could be done productively. I do want to, so that's why I'm thinking about moving a motion to refer. I do want to make a couple of comments about this because I think we've had a good back and forth through the technical questions about some of the issues here. So this site is directly beside the primary transit area. And when I was listening to some of the discussions around, what kind of intensity should be allowed on the site, it reminded me of a couple of other discussions we've had. We've talked about some of the high density remnant areas that are not ideal locations maybe for very tall buildings, but are zoned for that. We talked about 230 North Center Road, which is, interestingly enough, inside the primary transit area because the primary transit area kind of jumps up and comes back down. But it's 340 meters from Fanshawe Park Road. And this site is like 50 meters from Fanshawe Park Road or 75 meters, right? It's very close. And what's different is that, that one's directly north of Masonville and the future transit village. And this one is off in the corner at Fanshawe and Wonderland. So it's obviously not as good of a location for a taller building, but some kind of mixed use residential that is pretty high intensity, I think makes a lot of sense here. And I'm also reminded of the, remember we dealt with years ago, the site plan. I'm sure Mr. Soufan remembers that the site plan for that huge shopping area down on Wonderland Road. And I remember at that time, I was kind of rude about it. Honestly, I said, like, are we seriously building 1-story commercial plazas with a giant parking field? Like that size, right? What we really need is commercial with building like residential on top of it. And, you know, here's a proposal to do something similar to that, which is let's put some commercial on the ground floor and put some residential on top of it and get it out near the street, close to where there's existing transit on a 30-minute frequency. So I think this is a good location for a mixed-use commercial residential building. I don't think that the difference between, you know, 150 units per hectare and 220 is insurmountable. And I think it can be worked out. I think as long as the intensity is closer to the street, if we can get some better bonusing in there, I could see this making some sense. It is directly adjacent to the primary transit area where, you know, it would be included in intensification. I think it's a reasonable kind of proposal. I get why staff are recommending refusal because it is outside of the policies the way they are now. And I think we have to hope for some kind of compromise. I think that it can be done. You know, I think that this building should be a little bit less intense than the one that's just to the east, you know, on the other side of Wonderland. You know, I think we haven't heard from, but I am conscious of, you know, there's some residential that's not that far away to the west of this area. And if there's a very tall apartment building, as we hear usually from many people, there'll be concerns about views down onto their properties and things like that that might come up. So yeah, I do think the height and where it's located is important. I think the key thing for me is more commercial on the ground floor. If we can create some more commercial space, I think that would make a lot of sense. And I think it would support slightly higher residential usage. And I think some of the comments from the urban design peer review panel, I know we're not getting into site plan issues. I think those make some sense too, because for me, I think a mixed use building with residential on top of commercial is much better than just a commercial plaza. And you know, that's what it's designated for now, and that's what it could be, no problem. But is that really what we want at this corner? I don't think so. So I think we should prefer it. If we can get some reasonable compromise, come back, something that's closer to the existing policy, then maybe we can support that. So I think it's worth taking some time to see if it can be figured out. So if there's interest in the committee, I move a referral. I don't know if people are in favor of that or if they want to just debate it right now.
Okay, I saw the mayor put his hand up, and I also have the mayor next on my list. So are you seconding that?
Yeah, yes, I am, Chair, and I'd like to make a comment. Secondly, with the understanding that, you know, if this goes through a site and comes back for our consideration, I think that's appropriate. I think there was already the opportunity for public submissions. I think from what I gather, there weren't any public submissions to this. And then we heard tonight one of our guests make a comment of support. So this, look, I think there's a lot that speaks well for this proposal. And I think we all know, and I think we all understand the official plan, and we talk about it, the mix of high density residential and how you get that complementary commercial and retail. And I'm going to just again come back to what we heard, and that is that the residential buildings that are very close, the Alto buildings, are even higher in terms of their density, and so, do you know what? Sometimes this is about doing the right thing, and this strikes me that if this referral doesn't happen, to see if in fact something can be worked out, I have a feeling some way it was pushed, it may well pass. I don't want to presume council's view, but I think there would be some that would be supportive of this. But I do like the spirit of seeing if there can be something that's worked out between the applicant and staff on this. So let's leave it there and see if this will go further with colleagues at committee now.
Okay, so we have a referral that's been moved and seconded. I'm just going to put a brief pause because the computers in the committee room 1 and 2 want to do an update. And so they are about to go ahead and do their update on their own. That means we'll lose committee room 1 and 2. So if you'll just give me a brief second, we'll wait for that update to take place.
So Chair, do you mind if I just say something while that's being done? Just as an extension of my comment?
No, we because the applicant is in room 1 and 2 and he won't hear you. Counselor Turner?
Yeah, I'll move a recess. I think that's the proper way to deal with that.
Good motion. 5-minute recess moved by Counselor Turner, seconded by Counselor Hopkins. All those in favor by show of hands. I see. Great.
Aye.
Thank you, Counselor Kayabага. And I also see Van Holst and Counselors Van Holst and Morgan with their hands up. So you will go on my list, counselors. I also have Hopkins and Turner on my list. Okay, it's been about 5 minutes and I see all the committee rooms on my screen, so it looks like everything's back up and running. So we'll come back. And when we left off, I had Counselor Hopkins on my list.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be pleased to support the referral back. It's quite clear that we're not here yet, and there is that gap between our policies, and I'm not feeling very comfortable when we are just going to do an ad hoc change in our zoning and disregard our policy. So thank you to the Deputy Mayor for that referral, supportive of that. Also, when the referral comes back, I think we may get a better, I hope, a better indication on our affordable housing piece to this. I think it's before we approve any change in intensification, we should be really kind of understanding the facts that are going to move forward when it comes to affordable housing. And, appreciate some of the comments from the design group as well. I know that's not here, it's site plan, but a better idea of this application and how it's going to move forward, but obviously supportive.
Thank you. And actually, my apologies to the mayor. I believe you wanted to continue when we came back from recess. So go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
No, I think the comments, I was actually going to agree with Councillor Turner. Again, as we do so often, but this really had related to the fact that the applicant has typically found a number of ways to always work with staff and present a number of projects. So it is odd that we would be in a situation where we're variance. So I was reconfirming my support for the referral back, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to mention to members of the public who may be watching, we're having some issues with the eScribe system. So if you're watching on the city website, that's why it keeps going up and down, coming back and then going down again. So if you want to continue watching, I recommend that you go to YouTube and watch through the city channel on YouTube, watch the meeting from there, because there seem to be some technical glitches going on with the city eScribe system. So with that, I'll go to Councillor Turner and then I'll go to Councillor Morgan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I am supportive of the referral. It was one of the things I was thinking coming into the meeting, so I'm glad that was moved. I think it's reasonable. I'm not as concerned about the time frame, because it sounds like the applicant and the city have been working together for some time to try and find some common ground. I'm not sure how quickly that common ground will be found. I hope that council's referral back to find that common ground helps spur that on a little bit, but I think that requires compromise on both sides in order to get there. I know at times I can be a little dogmatic about our policies, but I do have concerns when we kind of trivialize them sometimes. There are some real valid reasons why we have these policies in place, and when we say it's just outside of the line, I mean, would we say the same thing as just outside of the urban growth boundary? Or just outside of the city's boundary. The primary transit area, the reason why we seek to consolidate within the primary transit area is because there is a limited demand for high density residential, and we squeeze the balloon a little bit. And the further we get it from the core and the further we get it away from our concentrated areas of transit servicing, where there's 15-minute service instead of 30-minute service, really decreases our ability to get the concentration in those areas where we do need it. And we do want to be able to support the infrastructure and the consolidation of the infrastructure that we have in place to be able to service high density. So, I mean, our policies in the London Plan and in general are inward and upward, not outward and upward. And this is very much outward and upward if we were to look towards what's being proposed right now. The other part is the servicing component. Yeah. The applicant would likely be responsible for the service upgrades in order to service that building. And it's not sufficient and not even present to be able to support the building in its current right. And there's a reason we do the development charges surveys and studies to be able to identify the phasing of infrastructure and who pays what at what time in order to bring development online. And so when something like this comes forward that's completely out of the contemplation of our planning, it really throws all that other stuff off. And we have to take that really seriously. So those are my concerns. But the other parts that we look at this, and it's mentioned in the report, is that creating these special policy areas create a precedent that then later somebody else will want something else, right? We've got these two buildings that are close by, so we're just edging the line a little bit more, and we keep going a little bit further out, a little bit further out, a little bit further out. And so, I mean, at what point does that end? I mean, we create these clear expectations. The other thing is it creates a clear framework for the developers within the city, so that there's an appropriate competitive environment. But when we change the rules in one area, then it favors one and not another, and then it creates an environment where later on they say, well, wait a second, you favored somebody else over here. Why can't you give this to us here? And that was evidenced in the appeal 10 years ago, because as Mr. Soutphane identified, they wanted to build a commercial plaza for a grocery store. But owners of properties nearby that wanted to create grocery stores or had grocery stores recognized that might encroach in their competitive advantage. And they said, wait a second, this wasn't zoned for that originally. So the challenge here is that there might be other landowners nearby that identify and see this site and say, wait a second, you're building there, but I'm not allowed to build over here. And I'm just on the other side of this line. Why can't I? So this, by following the framework and the policies that we have in place, it keeps us from having trips to the OMB, and it keeps us from being exposed to losing at the OMB or the LPAT, whichever it is. And it saves us some money, it saves everybody some time, and it just creates clear, consistent interpretation of our policies. But a lot of time over the past couple of years, we're starting to just say, well, wait a second, over here, it doesn't quite matter. You know, and we see stars in our eyes because there's a development opportunity and lots of tax revenue that goes with that. It's not to say that something won't be built, and it's not to say that something won't be built either here or someplace else, or those revenues are lost to us. That's not true. So I just raise that as a caution. I think the referral is quite appropriate, but I think we're getting a little loose with our policy interpretation, and I think we'd be well served to go back and reread those and understand what they mean.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Councillor Morgan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I think as colleagues know, this is a development in my ward. First off, I'll say I'm supportive of the referral. I think there is an opportunity here to engage with the applicant and our staff to try to find a compromise. I'll tell you, the feedback in the community on this from a residential standpoint was pretty much non-existent, but commercial tenants in the area, particularly those who own restaurants and small businesses, were supportive of the idea of some intensification that would support their businesses in that area. And I can tell you too that I generally am supportive of some intensification there, because you know, the GMIS predicts that the Northwest is going to be fully built out by 2023, and most of that is single family residential homes. And so if we can provide some intensity in some locations that will serve to support local businesses without putting as much pressure on you know, more surface parking lots like the Sobeys would have done, but would allow for some walkability. And I'll tell you, at that node, there are restaurants, there are small stores, there's a pharmacy, there's you know, there's a hair cutting place, there's a Starbucks. Like there's a lot that can be said about some intensity here. And for the people who have moved into the Alto buildings, they like the fact that they have some services nearby. I myself, I drive to that commercial node to use those services because I live a little further away. So I think there's some advantages here for both the city and the developer to find a compromise and to allow something that isn't just a flat grocery store potentially in the future, but something with some residential population on top of commercial with enough density that makes the project viable. Again, the feedback from the community on the commercial side was positive, and although there is single family residential in the area, it is a little bit of a distance away. So the height of the tower there would be some sensitivity to that, but it would be a fair distance away. And there's also a communications tower between it and them that people have gotten used to some height in their backyard, although So the shadows would obviously be different. So I look forward to the referral passing and the work between the applicant and our staff. And I hope that they're able to come up with something. And if not, I'd be willing to look at whatever proposal comes forward with an open mind.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Van Holst?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I note that Mr. Tomaszek said that council back when had decided that this wasn't the place for a higher density, and I would question if in the present situation that might not have been the best decision in retrospect. So I think if we can have some commercial and stack a bunch of residential on top of it, that's great, because we're in a housing crunch. So when I see ideas that come forward that provide us more residential, I'm pleased about that. And I know that the commercial does better when there's people right close by. So putting in uses that the residents upstairs will patriate is also good. And it's not lost on me that there was an opportunity here for the developer that was lost to them. So now that they can't put in a grocery store like the one that was intended, and that was why this this property was rezoned, I think we have to kind of go back to the drawing board. And so, although the referral is fine, I hope we get a good result from that. I might have been happy rezoning this as well. So I hope we can come up with a good, I don't even know if it needs to be a compromise, but just work out the details so that in a way that this can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions from committee or from visiting councillors? Okay, I see none. I wonder if I could pass the chair briefly to the Vice Chair, Councillor Turner.
Madam Chair, please proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. So I'll support the referral. I think it's a good idea to keep working at this. I think we have in the past, and I believe even with this applicant, there was a very large and intense residential development proposed around the Bostwick Community Center, and I believe the staff recommendation was not 100% in alignment with what the applicant was requesting, and I believe council approved that development. So we do differ from our policies from time to time, and especially when it is borderline, and I recognize that we have to draw a line at some point, and that's why we have maps and maps that go with our policies. I understand that, but I do also see from time to time the value in making exceptions. I'm glad Deputy Mayor Helmer brought up 230 North Center Road, because that was in my ward, and that was a very contentious fight for the neighborhood close by. And again, that went back to past planning decisions. The residents that live close by lived in a low-rise condominium development that had been originally zoned high density, and council back in the day downzoned it and allowed these low one-story condominiums to be built. So therefore, then when this high-rise was proposed, it was in direct conflict to these people that were living in and are living in this condominium complex. So some of the rationale for allowing that to go ahead, albeit the applicant reduced the height somewhat, but the approved application was 15 stories. And some of the rationale for that going ahead, to me, seems to be the same rationale that would allow for a development like this on this site. Notwithstanding that this area was in a rapid transit village. As Councillor Helmer pointed out, it's the map of the rapid transit village is sort of drawn like a jigsaw puzzle up and around that site. So that's the only little piece of the jigsaw puzzle that fits into the rapid transit village. So it seemed odd to the residents who were opposed to that. We talk about the transit, and there is very close transit, and it is walkable. It would be walkable from this site down to transit, but I think what we have to also consider is the closeness of this proposed development to the existing commercial area. And we talk about reducing reliance on single person trips in personal vehicles. And it's not just through transit that we reduce that reliance on automobiles. It's also through putting residential close to commercial and having mixed use on the one site, which is what this application proposes. So you have, as Councillor Morgan pointed out, because this is an area that I frequent as well, being in the North End, you have nail salons, you have coffee, you have groceries, and then it's not too far down the road from other commercial nodes that would be easily accessible through transit. So I think as we see more of these mixed use, not just in this particular, like located right on this site, but the broader area being mixed use, I think that's where we're going to see reduction in car use and car reliance and greenhouse gas emissions by letting people walk to where they want to go. And, you know, I have a development coming forward we've done various stages of approval further to the east on Sunningdale Road, the Applewood subdivision, where they're incorporating right from the get-go low and medium density and commercial uses right on the site to give that sort of feel where you can stay within your community to do the things you need to do. I also note that, you know, there was no feedback there was no opposition to this proposal, and especially when you compare again to 230 North Center Road, where we had quite a bit of opposition to that. And even though notification was sent out to 120 meters, there were no responses received. So I will support the referral. I want to see more work done on the affordable housing part of this. I'm happy that the applicant proposed this as part of his application. I would like to see it go further. I would like to see a longer term, perhaps a deeper affordability, all those sorts of things. So I'm happy. I wonder, my question as I yield the floor would be to the mover and the seconder, if they are planning to be specific on the referral, on when we get the report back. I know the deputy mayor mentioned possibly one cycle, so that would be my question as I yield the floor. Will there be specificity about the referral and the timeline? You're muted, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Oh, I know. Anyway, I would look to the mover, Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I have seen in the past where sometimes we put specifics on things that end up being more of a problem than a solution. And I think it's in the interest of everybody to get it resolved as soon as it can be resolved. So I think just leaving it open will get us to a quick outcome. I don't think staff want to take a long time working on it. Doesn't sound like the applicant wants to take more time than is necessary. So I think leaving it open is probably the most flexible thing, and if we get it back to the planning committee, that makes the most sense.
Shall I take the chair back, Mr. Presiding Officer?
Chair is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, did you have your hand up?
I did so. I concur with the deputy mayor, but let me also say that in the absence of timelines, sometimes there can be a tendency to get to things as we get to things. So I'll put full confidence in staff and the applicant to move this along, and I'm prepared based on the spirit that this that this can't be the never-ending story, that this will come back and appropriately. And I would add the comment, it's better to get it right than quick, but let's get it right. And it doesn't have to take so long to get it right. So I'm prepared to work with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make one quick observation. I think it's important to note that nobody's saying that there shouldn't be residential development on this site. I think even staff have said, acknowledged that mixed use on this site is quite appropriate. It's really just a question of form. So and that's going to be the question that needs to be worked out between the applicant and staff. And I look forward to seeing what comes back.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments before I call the vote? Okay, we are voting on the referral. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by the Mayor. And I will call that vote. Councillor Turner.
Yay.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor Holder.
Yes.
And Councillor Kayabaga.
Yes.
Thank you. And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, that brings us to item 3.2, and it is a public participation meeting for an application at 355 Marconi Boulevard, a draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendments. Can I have a mover to open the PPM? Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. I'll call that vote. Councillor Turner.
Yay.
Mayor Holder.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
And Councillor Kayabaga.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, that I believe is Mr. Mottram. If you would like to give us a very brief introduction.
Okay, I thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd just like to apologize for the earlier interruption on the committee meeting while I was trying to mute and unmute my microphone. This is an application by JNF Group for approval of draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment on a small infill site, approximately 1.47 hectares in the area located at 355 Marconi Boulevard. The subdivision plan consists of 30 single detached lots fronting on a local street with access to existing municipal services on Marconi Boulevard. The site is currently a vacant field and was previously used as an outdoor soccer pitch and a portion of the parking lot associated with the Marconi Club. The London plan identifies this site within the neighborhood's place type, which does permit single detached as well as semi-detached and duplexes and townhouses, and the same residential types are permitted by the 1989 official plan, which designates these lands as multifamily medium density residential. The zoning is currently a variation of the restricted service commercial RSC zone, permitting a range of retail and service commercial uses, including private clubs. The rear portion of the Marconi Club property, comprising the former soccer field, was recently severed off, and it was acquired by JNF Group. And one of the conditions of the consent was that the owner obtain the necessary approvals to permit the proposed use on the severed lands. The requested zoning bylaw amendment is to change the zoning from restricted service commercial to a residential R1 special provision zone to permit single detached dwellings. And there was also a special provision requested for an exterior side yard of 4.5 meters for one of the lots in the proposed subdivision flanking Marconi Boulevard, whereas 6 meters is normally required. This surrounding neighborhood is composed of a mix of housing types and tenures, including single detached, semi-detached homes, townhouse dwellings, and low-rise apartment buildings, as well as condominium, community, nonprofit, and cooperative housing developments. Therefore, the recommended zoning is compatible in keeping with the existing residential uses and density in the neighborhood to the north, the south, the east, and it is reasonably compatible with the private club and the non-residential uses to the west. The subdivision layout also fits within the fabric of the existing neighborhood, and in that regard is very similar in the layout and lot pattern to Julia Court to the south. The proposed cul-de-sac street provides direct access to Marconi Boulevard, which is the main collector road serving this neighborhood, and it is also within a short walking distance to bus stops on a scheduled public transit route. It is recognized the intent of the policies in the London Plan are to try to minimize the use of cul-de-sacs in new neighborhoods, and the subject parcel is limited by its small size and shape to provide for other alternative street patterns, such as a grid or modified grid pattern. So it was on that basis that the cul-de-sac was considered the only practical street configuration that works for the development of freehold lots fronting a public road. There were no comments or concerns received from the residents in the area during the community engagement process. As previously noted, this neighborhood is composed of a mix of owner-occupied and rental accommodations. An additional 90 notices were distributed to the tenants of several rental housing complexes in the area. So there were no concerns regarding potential impacts of a development of this site, and including any concerns related to traffic. Now, on the added agenda, there was an email with respect to concern for the need to extend a road out to Clark Road from Marconi Boulevard. That section of Clark Road in front of the Marconi Club, and then as you go south, is in a transition from commercial to commercial light industrial, and then heavy industrial and scrap metal recycling facilities as you move further to the south, as well as there is more heavy vehicles and truck traffic. The shopping, the schools, parks, and other destination points are more internal to the neighborhood and are also to the north towards Trafalgar Street. And Marconi Boulevard does carry local traffic flows in that direction, both vehicular and pedestrian. So the proposed development is just 30 single detached dwelling units and is not expected to generate significantly to the traffic volumes on Marconi Boulevard. The Transportation Division did not raise any concerns with the traffic capacity or with the need for a public road access to Clark Road during the review process. And there were no concerns raised during the pre-application consultation process. So there was not a need that staff saw for the extension of the road, and the Marconi Club has a banquet facility and a private club on the remnant parcel that they appear to be continuing to operate for the long term. So there were certainly obstacles and issues with that potential. So based on all of our review, and the application is deemed to be consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms with the policies of the London Plan, 1989 official plan, and the zoning amendments is found to be appropriate, subject to the holding provisions being applied, as well as red line revisions for 1 foot reserves along the lots flanking Marconi Boulevard. So with that, Madam Chair, I think I'll leave it back to you if there are any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Mottram. Are there any technical questions about this? Seeing none, I'm wondering if the applicant is here, and would the applicant like to address the committee? If you want to just state your name, you have 5 minutes.
Through you, Madam Chair. My name is Caitlin Crowley with Zelenka Priamo. I am here on behalf of the applicant for 355 Marconi Boulevard. I would first like to thank Larry and his staff for their work on this file. We have read their staff report and are in agreement with their recommendation. The lands are designated medium density residential and have always been contemplated for residential. Therefore, our application is consistent with these policies. The proposed rezoning and draft plan are intended to create 30 new lots, as Larry stated. The portion of the property which is proposed for this development is currently underutilized, and the proposal will provide more housing for this area of London. The objective of this proposal is to propose future single-family houses, which will maintain the character, intensity, and form of the existing built-up neighborhood, and propose development similar in character to those on Julia Court to the south. If there are any questions regarding these applications, myself or my colleague Matt Campbell are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crowley. Any technical questions for the applicant from committee? Oh, Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. Through the chair, I see in the report that the initial request was for an R2-1 zoning, which would have a little bit of a broader range of uses. I wonder why is now R1? Is that what the applicant is looking for, R1 rather than R2?
Yes, that is correct. We are requesting R1 just based on the different provisions of the R1. We figured that the setbacks and lot frontages were more consistent with what we wanted or were intending for the site.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
And there's something with the R2 regulations that would make it impossible to do what you want to do?
Not impossible, no. We just found that the proposed development was better reflective of the R1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other technical questions? No. So I will go to the committee rooms to see if there is anybody here who would like to speak to the committee about this application. The application at 355 Marconi Boulevard. Any members of the public looking to speak to committee about this? I'm checking my screens. I'm not seeing anybody come forward for 355 Marconi Boulevard. So I will look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by the mayor. I'll call the vote. Councillor Turner.
Yay.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor Holder.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to move this recommendation. We heard it's underutilized. It's appropriate. It adds to the mixed housing choices. It's compatible, it fits. It's subject to a number of holding provisions and red line, and happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councillor Turner. Any other comments or questions about this? Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. Just through the chair to planning staff. The R2, I know that it's not necessarily required by the applicant now, but in terms of the land use for this particular site, do you think R2 would be supportable given the context that's in this area?
Mr. Mottram?
I would be in support of R2. One of the significant differences here, and it's only really a minor on the minor side of significance, is the interior side yard setbacks. It does allow, the R1 does allow for a 1.2 meter side yard setback on either side of the homes, and that would be that would fit in with the applicant's proposed housing and the lots that they're creating, which are 9, 10, 11 meter lots here. But that would be the only thing, except that R2 zone does allow for a slightly broader range of dwelling types, including semi-detached and duplex dwellings. And the R1 zone would be restricted to single detached homes only.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. So just for my colleagues, this I think is reasonable kind of housing to be building in this area. There's lots of mixes of uses, different kinds of housing types available in this part of London. It does seem like the kind of lot where you could have slightly more intense form of housing. It's kind of a transition from what's to the south to what's to the north, which is a bit more intense. And it seems like a bit of a missed opportunity to me to be building single detached dwellings, around 30, when you could potentially have more if you were to build townhouses or something like that, which would be allowed under the R2. So my preference would be that it would be an R2 kind of zone, so that in the future, like applicants often have plans about what they want to build, and then ownership changes and something else gets built in the future. We've certainly seen that many times at planning committee, that the broader, more permissive zoning would be applied. I don't want to hold it up because, it seems like they have a very specific idea. They want to go ahead and build it. And having these 30 houses would be, I think, a good improvement But I did want to flag it because it's one of these cases where it's like it's not intense enough and not allowing for a broad enough range of uses on this particular site. And I would support more intensity here. So I think I may vote against it, committee, although I do agree generally that the R1 is supportable.
Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I am supportive of the recommendation as it's brought forward here. I think it's a good opportunity for some infill development, and it's a fair amount of infill development. I can certainly recognize the Deputy Mayor's desire for more intensity or those opportunities to be able to be presented. I think our secondary dwelling unit policies probably accommodate that to a fair degree and probably would meet that same intent. R2 is there, but if the development is moving forward at an R1 and they've already got the building form contemplated, I'm not sure how much more we get and accomplish as a result of moving to an R2. So I'm supportive of it, and I'm intrigued by the development opportunity here. It's not often you get to a parcel like that where you can actually develop in such a form. And it basically just, as Mr. Mottram identified, it basically mirrors Julia Court's development form as well. So it's consistent with the area.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. It's the staff recommendation. I will call the question. Councillor Turner.
Yes.
Mayor Holder.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
No.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion passes 5-1.
Okay, takes us to 3.3 on the agenda, and it is a public participation meeting with a demolition request for a heritage listed property at 954 Gainsborough Road. Can I have a motion to open the public participation meeting? Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Turner. I'll call the vote. Councillor Turner.
Yes.
Mayor Holder.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
I believe we have Ms. Dent here with us, and I'll go to Ms. Dent for a brief introduction of this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This application is for a demolition request for the heritage listed property located at 954 Gainsborough Road. The property is located on the south side of Gainsborough Road, east of Hyde Park Road, and is located in the former London Township. The property is approximately 5.3 acres, and in addition to a farmhouse on the property, there is a barn and 2 ancillary buildings. The property is just recently vacant. The farmhouse dates as early as 1863 and is a 1.5-story vernacular style dwelling exhibiting elements of Gothic Revival influence. The house has been clad in vinyl siding, and most all original exterior features and details, windows, doors, porch, eaves, and trim details have been replaced. Little of what was original remains. The barn dates from early to mid-20th century. The evaluation of the subject property using the criteria of Ontario Regulation 906 found remnants of a 19th century farmstead setting. However, the integrity of the Ontario farmhouse has been lost due to the countless alterations using modern stock materials and finishes. There are other properties in the area that represent a stronger example of an area farmstead that is physically, functionally, visually, or historically linked to its surroundings. Further, the property was identified in a historical overview report as being one of what is assumed to be many other small farm holdings where mortgages, loans were secured through the Veterans Land Act. Although interesting, given the extent of the VLA after the Second World War, this historical note is not unique to the property alone, nor is the holding of a mortgage / loan a heritage attribute that is directly associated with the existing buildings that remain on the property. The Veterans Land Act mortgage holding at 954 Gainsborough Road did not result in a tangible house being built. There are other examples in the city of London where there is a concentration of built heritage resources directly associated with the Veterans Land Act. The Willow Drive area at Rath Owen and Rathnally Streets, and areas just west of Warncliffe Road and around Easy Street. At its meeting on Wednesday, October 14th, the Latch supported staff's position on the demolition request. The evaluation of the subject property using the criteria of Ontario 906 found that as an individual property, it does not meet the criteria for designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. The demolition of the buildings on the property should be allowed to proceed. I should mention that there have been two inquiries through email and one phone call. The two inquiries were not in support of the demolition, mainly due to loss of what I would consider loss of greenery, loss of open space, and loss of old farmsteads in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Are there any technical questions for the Heritage Planner? I see none. I wonder if the applicant is here, and would the applicant like to address the committee? You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Matt Campbell. I'm here with Zelenka Priamo on behalf of the applicant, Royal Premier Homes. This is a kind of an interesting one. The heritage attribute that was originally identified in the report that we had done by Stantec was actually just a mortgage. It had nothing to do with the physical attributes of the site, as Ms. Dent identified, and really was just a financial instrument that was used as part of a broader program after World War II. So that's why this property was originally flagged as having heritage potential. Both the city heritage planner and our own heritage planner have identified that it is not of a significant nature to warrant designation. And I can say, just to respond to some of the comments that were received about a potential loss of green space, just one thing to add is that these lands are planned for development. There is going to be an extension of Coronation Drive that will actually occupy most of this property, and we're currently in discussions with the city for development proposals of these lands now. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Are there any technical questions from committee? Seeing none, I will look to see if there are members of the public who are here and would like to address the committee. Any members of the public who are interested in the demolition request at 954 Gainsborough Road, wishing to address the committee? I see somebody moving in 1 and 2, but nope, not for us. So I'm not seeing any members of the public who are interested in addressing the committee about this matter. So I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by the mayor. I'll call that question. Mayor Holder?
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga? Give Councillor Kayabaga a second. There we go. Thank you. And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, committee? Any debate on this? Seeing none, do I have a motion? Moved by Councillor Hopkins, you are moving the staff recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second? Seconded by the mayor. If there's no further discussion, I will call the vote. Mayor Holder?
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
That brings us to item 3.4, excuse me. It's a public participation meeting regarding the Meadow Lily environmentally significant area, the conservation master plan. Do I have a motion to open the PPM? Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by the mayor. I'll call that question. Mayor Holder,
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer,
Yes.
Councillor Turner,
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, I will go to, I'm not sure who I'm going to. I'll go to staff to give us an introduction on the Conservation Master Plan. I usually write the names down and I didn't have it down here.
Hello, Madam Chair. Craig Smith, Senior Planner, City of London.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Go ahead.
Yes, first piece of business I'd like to talk to is we have staff submitted 7 new revised maps that we wish to be introduced. They would replace the maps on page 350, 351, and 352, as well pages 357, 358, and 359. And the final map would be 362, which is the zoning amendment map. Okay.
Okay, so everybody has that. We have some map replacements of the maps. And I think we did get an email advising us that we would have these revisions. So if Mr. Smith, you'd like to go ahead and give us a brief introduction for this?
Okay, yep. The Meadow Lily Woods environmentally significant area is located along the Thames River Roads, Thames River South Branch. It is located primarily on the south side between Highbury and the Sifton subdivision, which is along Hamilton Road. And there is a portion on the north side of the Thames River, which is essentially from Highbury to Pottersburg pollution plant. Prior to the Conservation Master Plan being completed, council obviously directed staff to complete a Conservation Master Plan. That Conservation Master Plan was completed by Natural Resources Solutions, Inc. On July 13th of this year. The council had received that Conservation Master Plan and had directed staff to then do the amendments to the official plan, the London Plan, and the zoning bylaw to implement the recommendations as was put into the Conservation Master Plan, and also to accept the Conservation Master Plan as a guideline document in the London Plan and the official plan. Those amendments were circulated to everybody out there, and we received comments back. A lot of the comments back were concerns about what exactly could be developed in the Meadow Lily ESA. As was noted then, it is noticed now, the intent is to designate and zone the lands open space, green space, and open space 5 within the zoning bylaw, which allows for conservation uses only. The intent would obviously allow for only conservation uses and no new development. The size of the lands of the Meadow Lily Woods ESA is actually being expanded from 128 hectares to approximately 178 hectares. So that's a 50 hectare increase over what was originally there. The intent of the amendments only will bring in the line as was shown in the Conservation Master Plan and as directed by council to be implemented. The other conversations we had was from a budding subdivision, making sure that their ESA was accepted and the development limits as was established through those processes are in place. And that is, of course, happening. The reason why we brought the revised maps in was that the existing homes at 85 and 65 Meadow Lily Road, the building envelopes already exist outside the ESA, and the purpose of the revised map would just allow for the existing building envelopes to remain outside the ESA, but those lands would require ESAs if any further development was to occur on those lands. The last one was the applications at once, or the pre-consultations occurring at 129 and 179 Meadow Lily Road. The ESAs have not been completed on those, or nor have they been accepted by the city. As noted, the line that was recommended in the community, in the conservation master plan. It was received by council, is appropriately on these lands that are at a scale of 1 to 30,000. And our policies in both the London plan and the official plan are very clear that the individual properties will have to require to go through an ESA, and then the actual delineation of the boundary and any buffering from the ESA will be established through the usual application process and approved by council. The last matter was the existing designations. The intent of the amendment is not to deal with any of the existing designation. All the existing designations and land use permissions remain on the lands outside of the ESA boundary, and therefore will go through the usual planning process, including, as of course, environmental impact statements will have to be on each plan so that the proper buffering and proper setbacks are dictated on those new development. So that's essentially the application, and I have here obviously to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any technical questions for Mr. Smith? Okay. I'm going to go to the public then to see if there are members of the public who are present and who would like to address the committee. I see Mr. Levin has his hand up in committee room 4. If you want to come to the microphone, sir, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and nice to be recognized despite the mask. I want to reinforce Mr. Smith's comments and congratulate staff on moving this quickly after council adopted the Conservation Master Plan back in July. It's been a long process, and want to reinforce the point about the areas on the west side of Meadow Lily Road South that are included in the ESA boundary. My submission on the last page has an extract from the Conservation Master Plan. I think it would have been simpler if the consultants had simply said that the area there is to be included in the ESA based on council's adopted environmental management guidelines for boundary delineation. It clearly meets guideline 7, which is that cultural savannas, woodlands, and old fields must be included within the ESA boundary if they minimize negative edge impacts, strengthen internal linkages, connect the path of patch to a permanent natural water course, connect 2 or more patches. It fits the boundary guideline without all the other information that was included in that particular paragraph. And it's also, as I mentioned in my statements, the proponents are going through an environmental impact study that will, as Mr. Smith said, define where the boundary is, where the buffers are, where the setbacks. The process is you do the Conservation Master Plan at 30,000 feet, and then you do the EIS. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee, for taking the time to hear the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address the committee? Okay, come, sir, to the microphone, say your name, and you have 5 minutes.
My name's Harold Ford. Thank you to City Councilor and the Madam Chair. I love London. I love the green space in London, and I love hiking. My concern is I understand that the plan for 89 units will have a pumping station that will pump the sewage up Meadow Lily Road. My concern is there a backup pump? And is there some kind of a generator should electricity fail for 1 day or perhaps even a week? Would there be a provision to pump the sewage, or would it then overflow into the culverts on either side of Meadow Lily and in fact cause potential pollution to Meadow Lily and Thames Talbot Trust, as well as the Thames River? My other concern would be that road is very narrow. It has no sidewalks. It has no bike lanes. And I'm wondering if the city is planning on widening the road at some point in time to accommodate this further development. And I guess my third comment would be that this is going to open the door to all further development on Meadow Lily. And I would be greatly opposed to the extent of this development of 89 units and any further large development on Meadow Lily. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I just want to, Mr. Ford, I just want to make sure you understand what we have before us here tonight is not a development application. That was at a previous meeting. This is the Conservation Master Plan for the environmentally significant area of Meadow Lily Woods. And as Mr. Smith pointed out, as part of what staff are recommending for this environmentally significant area is actually to increase from 178 hectares up to 178 hectares, which represents a 50 hectare increase. So what you are addressing was a development application that was referred back at the last meeting. So it will come again to this committee, but it's just not being heard tonight. This is only about the environmentally significant area and a conservation master plan for that area. But there will be another public meeting about that development application. And if you will make sure that the clerk knows your name, then we'll make sure that the planner gives you all future communications for when the next meeting will be scheduled. Okay?
Thank you very much. I apologize for speaking out of turn.
That's
And,
fine.
thank you.
No apology necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to the committee about the Conservation Master Plan for the Meadow Lily Woods environmentally significant area? Sir, I believe you have to keep your mask on under the regulations that are in force right now.
Nobody around me, but hey, I'll do it if you need me to.
Thank you, sir. If you would like to state your name, you'll have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Gary Struckett. I live at 68 Meadow Lily Road North. My question, and kind of the follow-up to the last gentleman's question, is I'm looking at the map as I see it now, and I'm looking at Meadow Lily Road, and I see that big area along Meadow Lily Road that has been excluded from this environmentally sensitive area. And I want to know that why that was done, because if we identify that as an environmentally sensitive area, that strip that goes down Meadow Lily Road, then the whole issue of a development wouldn't be a possibility as I see it. So if someone could explain to me why that little strip is there when right from Highbury over to the far east would be make that one whole large area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Struckett, and we will get an answer to that question on why that area was excluded or why the boundaries were decided upon for this environmentally significant area in the way that they were, the way the boundaries were set up. Before I go to staff, though, I will check to see if there are any other members of the public who would like to address the committee about the Meadow Lily Woods environmentally significant area. Come to the microphone, ma'am. Just state your name and you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. It's Kelly McKeating and I am speaking on behalf of ACO London. I also have a question, so I guess my timing is good. This has to do with the heritage designated house, Park Farm at 120 Meadow Lily Road South, and also the mill ruins on the north side of the river. I don't quite understand why there wasn't any reference made to them in the Conservation Master Plan. And I'm hoping to understand how a house in the middle of an ESA works. Like are the people, the City of London, of course, owns that house, and I believe that they rent it out and it's lived in by a tenant. Are they going to be able to mow their lawn? Are they going to be allowed to have a vegetable garden? How does that work? And I guess that's my only question.
Thank you, Ms. McKeating. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address the committee about the Meadow Lily matter?
My name's Anna Maria Velastro. You know, an expansion of 50 hectares actually isn't very big. And there's a lot of science that talks about how these protected areas, if they're become an island, they lose their ecological function. And my guess is that if you actually had a big conversation with Londoners, they probably would prefer their money spent on expropriating private land to expand these sensitive areas to ensure their viability than expropriating people's homes to widen roads. So while, you know, any expansion is great, it really needs to be based on ecological integrity. And I'm not really sure if there's conversations at that scope, even though there's a lot of science that talks about this, and it really should be a science-based master plan, and not just by a consultant's report, but there's a wealth of science that talks about this. This is an issue that a lot of cities have to confront. So it needs to be a science-based approach, not just an arbitrary 50-hectare increase. If that 50-hectare increase maintains the ecological integrity of that space, that's great. But my guess is that it's still an island. And if you're planning on developing nearby, the pressures of development go beyond sewage. There's lighting issues that would impact, if things are lit up, it impacts the integrity of how those spaces work. So it's just, I'm sorry, it's just not enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Velastro. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address the committee?
Yes, hi, I'm Erica Booty. I'm having a hard time isolating this master plan from the rezoning application because they're neighboring and everything is affected and interconnected. So I'm going to take this 5 minutes to just talk about a few points that I think need to be under consideration. Mr. Levin acknowledged that the west side boundary should be included in the ESA. Why not the area in between? Why stop at 50 acres? I agree with that sentiment. In addition, there has been an increase in the intensity of heavy precipitation. In addition to the global warming, we're recognizing this problem locally in London. It's a challenge presented with this when the city's sewage ends up in the Thames due to flooding. Global warming's here, folks. It's happening right here in our backyards already. This is not something in the future for future people to worry about. This isn't planet Earth. This is saving people's lives because planet Earth's gonna live on, whether people are here or not. So I'll try to stick to the ecological stuff because I have a lot of points I wanted to talk about, but in respect for your time, I just want to quote the IPCC special report states, changes in land conditions can affect temperatures and rainfall in regions as far as hundreds of kilometers away. Also, changes in forest cover, for example, from afforestation, reforestation, and deforestation directly affect regional surface temperatures through exchanges of water and energy. Now, this is a report that provides critical and timely information for planners, policymakers, and politicians, that's all of you lovely people, to make strategic decisions about how to tackle climate change. The science is out. I mean, the list goes on. The city declared a climate emergency on April 23rd. And so now they have their website indicating ways that the citizens can get involved. So we have to lead by example. The new proposed zoning designation is requesting to build on land, which is currently part of the ecosystem existing on the same road as Meadow Lily Woods environmentally significant area. This wooded area has been establishing itself for many years. It doesn't recognize that we poured asphalt in between those two wooded areas. If you put in parking lots, light, litter, delivery trucks, visitors, trail users, existing residents, it will hurt. The footbridge there, that heritage location, it's not even an automobile bridge. It's only for pedestrians. And also heritage designation, I believe. I won't talk too much about the condo, but how can we not? If there's 89 units, okay, a dual car household will have 178 vehicles, okay? The road will be necessary. We will have to widen that road right next door to an environmentally significant area. And in addition to that road, I try not to talk too much, but they're talking about a road in the development leading to what you guys are making a master plan on. It is highly unsustainable to put this immense pressure on this cherished area, already supporting an abundance of human and native life. It'll be catastrophic to all the plant and animal life. And the largest culprits of greenhouse gas emissions are homes and vehicles. With the increase in both infrastructure and vehicle traffic, this once pristine land will have added constraints with air quality, thus contributing to the cause of greenhouse gases. It's unacceptable for a city that wants its reputation to be the forest city. It's just not a viable option. The hydrologic cycle of water through the atmosphere, the evaporation process is driven by water with photosynthesis. The water travels above and below the surface. If there's a development in between two areas that deserve protection, think about that. I mean, I know my 5 minutes is almost up. I don't want to miss anything. They're advertising there will be a buffer and will be creating trails, which indicates they will be altering the landscape that already exists and much more.
You have about 25 seconds.
Natural habitats are going to flee. Habitants, sorry. The few forested areas we have left have to stay protected for the climate crisis. Perhaps you guys can consider regulations on preventing homeowners from cutting mature trees down. Large building development is good anywhere in the city but the small pocket of rural life. It's the duty of our city to extend rigorous protection to our limited remote natural areas. Economics, real wealth is health.
You're beyond your 5 minutes now, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I have a lot more to share. If you guys are interested, please bring me up.
You can, if you have written comments, you can give them to the clerk and they will be submitted into the public record.
I think communication sometimes is more effective. Take care.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address the committee? Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Harry Frusios. I'm with Zelenka Priamo Limited. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Shanty Development, Damas Development, and Cham Limited regarding the lands at 129 and 179 Meadow Lily Road South. I also submitted a memo late Friday afternoon, which hopefully the members have received. In addition, I sent it to Mr. Smith as well. Our clients' lands that are affected by the proposed ESA boundary revision are currently within the neighborhood place type in the London plan. Both of these properties are subject to forthcoming applications for future development of the respective parcels consistent with the neighborhood's place type, and either have completed or are in the process of completing background reports, including environmental impact studies as required through the pre-consultation process. Our request this evening is to defer consideration of just these lands as it relates to the proposed official plan and zoning amendment for the revised ESA boundary, pending completion of the EIS processes for both of these properties. It should be noted that we're not requesting council to defer consideration of the balance of the revisions to the ESA boundary. We have no issues with that proceeding. The process of allowing the EIS to inform the location of the ESA boundary is supported in section 4.5 of the staff report. And we believe that that's the process should be followed as well. And a similar process has been undertaken for the lands at 101 Middle Lily Road, as you are aware. However, we do not support any amendment to the official plan or zoning bylaw that would alter the ESA boundary for these lands at this point in time, as it would prejudice our clients' ability to provide more detailed information through the formal application process. We are simply asking for the opportunity to confirm if the proposed ESA boundary is correct, or whether adjustments need to be made as a result of the EIS recommendations, rather than have to come back at a later date to formally amend the official plan and zoning boundary, which we also have to consider the fact that there is a 2-year moratorium on amendments once they have been approved. Alternatively, our clients reserve the right to appeal the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. We believe our request to defer consideration of these lands at this point in time will result in a more cooperative and collaborative approach with the city rather than be on opposing ends through an appeal process, which would be an inefficient use of time and resources. In response to some of Mr. Levin's comments that he submitted previously, we would like to point out that the groundwater seepage in relation to 179 Meadowlily is actually on the city-owned lands. And with respect to the eastern wood peewee habitat within 129 Meadowlily, I am advised by our ecologist, MTE, that this is a common species within Southern Ontario with no real difficulties for its survival at this stage. And as such, we do wish to investigate the significance and the sensitivity of this habitat further. I am advised by MTE that there is no risk of the species by not altering the ESA boundary at this point in time. So we would like to we look forward to your consideration of our request for deferral for these two properties as it relates to the official plan and zoning amendment, and certainly be able to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to this committee? I'm looking in all, I've got 3 committee rooms on my screen. Any members of the public interested in speaking to the planning committee about the Meadowlily environmentally significant area conservation master plan? All right, I see none. So I will look for a motion to close the PPM. Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm being reminded that we did receive 2 letters from individuals who did want to provide their comments to the committee, but they are ill and were unable to attend this meeting. So the clerk will read these 2 letters now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as indicated, both these individuals had intended to be here this evening, but became ill and were unable to submit in time for the added agenda deadline. The first is an email from Nancy Toski, who is a heritage consultant. Ms. Toski indicates, to members of the Planning and Environment Committee, City of London, my regrettable last-minute note regarding the new Meadowlily Master Plan comes on my realizing that the plan makes no reference to 2 major cultural heritage properties within the designated area, Park Farm and Meadowlily Bridge, both designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. I think it is important that both of these properties be noted within the plan, along with an acknowledgement of the special treatment within a predominantly natural area that each requires. This is especially essential in connection with the immediate surrounding of Park Farm, where references to both the historical domestic landscaping and to the farming aspect of the site should be conserved. Thank you for your attention. The second is a letter from Mr. Gary Smith. Again, he does have a letter on the added agenda. However, this has come in again, and Mr. Smith is unwell and unable to attend tonight. So we'll read it on behalf of him. First of all, we would like to thank once again Natural Resource Solutions for the thorough and in-depth study of Meadowlily Woods environmental significant area and its significant features and natural treasures. It is a valued and important part of our community and neighborhood. I'd also like to thank the people, organizations, and agencies that have helped to protect and preserve this vital natural area. Nature London, the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, its provincial-wide manifestation, and the London branch in particular, as well as the Thames Talbot Land Trust, Meadowlily Natural Preserve, and hiking and running groups that help to protect and maintain our environmentally significant area. Meadowlily Woods does represent almost all of the valued types of terrain and features listed as worth protecting and maintaining by the London Plan Natural Heritage section, as well as the environmental guidelines for the existing official plan, valley lands, upland forests, significant wetlands, creeks, and streams that service the Thames Valley. And it is also identified multiple times as being a groundwater recharge zone. See paragraph 1304-06, page 350 of the existing London Plan 2019 and map 6 of the same plan. The protection and preservation of these sensitive and important characteristics of the natural heritage system is identified multiple times in both versions of the official plan and the London plan. As part of the Meadow Lily community, we support and uphold that such a degree of protection, preservation are warranted. We would also like to thank members of the Environmental and Ecological Advisory Committee for the various studies and reviews they have been given on our behalf over the years. I would like to focus attention to a key idea I wish to present for the committee's consideration as I seek to give cause for such protection and conservation. I would like to draw your attention to a very in-depth and powerful program on the TVO network called Striking a Balance, as a way of illustrating my view of how I feel the environmental and heritage are key parts of the value of Meadow Lily Woods and the area, and this is what is revealed so poignantly by the Striking a Balance series. At the outset, it says a quest to find a balance between economic prosperity and environmental protection. This is what we'd like to see done here with regard to our environmentally significant area, its heritage resources, and the neighborhood around it. That development is possible here and that it needs to be kept in balance with the existing conditions of our area and the people and houses in it. We welcome development that reflects the corresponds with a fair number of single dwelling units that would add to the spacious and open views and vistas of our road and green spaces. What we'd like to see is a balance struck between development, heritage features, environmental consideration, and neighborhood atmosphere. Meadow Lily Woods and area is part of the Thames River watershed, and what we do to our water and its wetlands, creeks, and groundwater zones, we also do to ourselves and our children for years to come. In all of the episodes of this series, a balance is struck between consideration of potential for development and respect for water, resources, community, and history. We believe that Meadow Lily as a whole deserves and respects and consideration. To overwhelm the space with high and medium density housing will destroy its most desirable components. The Striking Balance Series TVO is a good example of a variety of important environmental and heritage areas being valued and protected in their own right, as we feel Meadow Lily area and neighborhood deserves. Forested areas, both east and west of Meadow Lily Road South, the water resources and wetlands recharge features of the whole Meadow Lily area, heritage features to Park Farm, Meadow Lily Heritage Designated Bridge, and Pews East and Mills Ruins, and everything from the top of the bank along here near Commissioners Road to the Thames River should have the lowest form of impact possible in terms of any kind of future development and the highest form of protection. It would make more sense to have the lowest impact possible on these significant and sensitive features of the Southeast London landscape and the whole Thames Valley along here from Veterans Parkway to River Bend in the west near St. Julian Park. Single detached dwellings and an R1 designation is all that should be allowed here. An example would be the houses at the top of the hill near Commissioners Road and nothing more. We would like to reiterate our request for consideration protection in the area of important habitat for species at risk is the large patch of milkweed in the area and what has been known and identified as the baseline right of way just to the south of 129 Meadow Lily Road South and just north of 135 Meadow Lily Road South. This is an important environmental feature for our area and ought to be included as part of the expanded environmental significant area as far as we know. And I think I'm beyond my 5 minutes time, and this is the first time the clerk's been told she's spoken more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Did you finish the letter, Madam Clerk? Great, yes. And I was commenting that I didn't think I had to time the clerk, but lesson learned. So that is it, I believe, for the public participation portion, unless somebody comes forward to the microphone. And I'm not seeing any more interest in public commenting, so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Turner, and I'll call the vote. Mayor Holder?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer,
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins. I'll come back to Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Kayabaga.
Yes.
And Councillor Hopkins, are you there? No? Okay.
Oh, yes, she is.
I know, I see her. So if Councillor Hopkins can hear me, you're muted. And I vote yes, and we'll continue on.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, committee. Any comments or questions about this? Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. There was a question around the boundary of the ESA and how it can be adjusted.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do have those questions written down. Thank you for the reminder. So, so for staff, the first question was, why is that area, when you look on the map, there is an excluded area, and where the public is wondering why that area was excluded from the ESA?
Again, through the Natural Resource Solutions Inc.'s study for the Conservation Master Plan, that area was determined not to be meet any of the guidelines for significance, and therefore was left outside of the the ESA boundary lines. We do have our ecologist here on, Linda McDougall, online today to answer any really specific questions, but essentially what it boils down to is that there was a comprehensive study done. The comprehensive study was completed. The guideline documents as required and the ministry requirements were all considered, and those lands were left outside of the ESA.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Considering the public interest in this particular site, I'm going to go to Ms. McDougall to see if you could give an explanation on the technical reasons why this area was excluded from the ESA.
Yeah, happy to help, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. Yes, Natural Resource Solutions was retained and delineated the boundary following the city's environmental management guidelines and the boundary delineation guidelines for ESAs. There are a number of guidelines that they follow, and one of them is that cultural habitats, while they certainly can minimize negative edge effects by forming a well-established mantle at the edge of treed patches, it's not intended that they form a large proportion of the total area of the patch being delineated. So in this case, there weren't any other significant wildlife habitat features, species at risk, or features on those cultural meadow lands. So they did not include it inside the boundary.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. So there was another question, Mr. Smith, about the heritage properties that are, the 2 heritage properties that are within the boundaries, and why does the Conservation Master Plan not give any reference to these heritage designated properties? And secondly, how does a house in an ESA work? For example, could the owner or the occupant of the house mow the lawn or have a vegetable garden?
Yes. Again, through the Conservation Master Plan didn't contemplate the heritage features as it was outside their mandate to deal with the environmental ecological function of the Meadow Lily Woods. The heritage structures themselves, well, the existing house that would be within the ESA would be what we would call as a non-conforming use under the bylaw, and would be permitted to continue to exist as it did on the date of the passing of the bylaw. So essentially the area that it currently occupies as a single family dwelling would be able to be maintained as that. Any expansion of that would obviously be contravention to the Conservation Master Plan, and therefore there could be enforcement involved in that process.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Those are the questions that I took note of during the PPM. I'll go to committee if you have further comments or questions. Councillor Turner.
And just really briefly, thank you for the work put into this. It's been a long process. I know it's been a long time coming. The delineation of the environmentally significant area is a really important component to the preservation of the ecological lands that are identified here. A number of people have raised concerns about the impact of development on the ecology and the ecological systems that are associated with Meadow Lily. And this is the essential step to being able to ensure that those protections are afforded to the area. I notice that well, almost a 40% increase in the size and scope of the ESA is large. It identifies some of those seepage areas. Mr. Levin in his letters to us had identified those as well. It helps to preserve kind of those both seeps and headwaters kind of lead down towards the ESA and provide that nutrient and hydrological base to be able to sustain the ESA. Obviously, there's going to be some questions that come up as we move towards the development, the adjacent development, but those adjacent developments aren't in the ESA. They are on anthropogenic lands, like human impacted lands, basically fields. And then the question of form is what comes next. So, there's certainly a lot more discussion that's going to happen around Meadow Lily, but having delineated the ESA and clearly delineated it really sets the frame for everything that moves forward here. So I'm happy to see this coming forward to it. I'm happy to see actually from those who are very involved in the community and who've been involved from the outset, especially people like Mr. Smith and Mr. Levin, having some good comments associated with what's been brought forward and generally supportive comments, and that's helpful. It's edifying that the process that we went through to get here was the appropriate one, and I think it's gone a long way to helping set that framework as we move forward. So I'm happy to support what's here, and I think that the only remaining question on this is from Mr. Frizios brought it up on those two properties, but I think the answer to this is that it's really one has to come before the other, and I'm not sure if it matters in which order those happen in terms of the high-level delineation of the ESA boundary versus the micro delineation that comes from the EIS. Both of those have to happen at some point, and I don't think the order of operations is really material here, because ultimately the EIS is going to frame what that end result is on the boundary. So perhaps through you, Madam Chair, I think maybe to Mr. Tomzinczyk, is that correct? Or is there a material difference in which process happens first?
Okay, I'll go to staff for that.
I think you meant Mr. Smith.
Either one.
It's okay. Actually the macro of council's delineation for the conservation master plan is preferred to go first at the higher level, and then of course the development around around the boundaries within our trigger distance for the requirements of environmental impact studies were therefore put in place. That's the importance, is identifying that this is a significant area, and that any development that abuts it will have to go through the process of an EIS to ensure that the adequate setbacks, protections are put in place that will preserve what is identified through the further analysis.
Great, thank you, Mr. Smith. You just hit the key point there that I missed. My apologies for missing it. Is the trigger distance. If we don't have the boundary delineation identified, then we don't know where to start the EIS and the scope of that. So that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments from committee? Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I just want to say to all the staff who have worked on this project and the consultant, and especially committee members at EPAC who have been working on this one for a while. Great work. I think for people who are maybe not familiar with the ESA system and how we approach environmental management guidelines and how we go through the process of establishing the ESA boundaries, I just want to reassure people that it is a scientific approach that is very careful and considers the ecological functions in an area. And it's one of the reasons why it takes some time to do properly. And we want to make sure that we're getting it right when we're doing things. But we are operating in a system where things like roads have already been built. And we have to look at what the existing conditions are and what the ecological functions are now, and make sure that we're protecting the ESA and not just blanketing entire areas regardless of their significance. And it is a very careful process, and I think it is well informed by science. And I'm glad to see that in this case it's resulting in an expansion of the ESA by 39%. I think that's necessary. This is a jewel in the City of London, and I'm glad to see that the boundary is being expanded to that extent to protect those critical ecological functions in this important environmentally significant area.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I somehow was bounced out of this meeting and missed a portion of it. And so forgive me if I'm asking a question that's already been answered, as it was bounced out at the end of the PPM. And I guess it's around the heritage component and the letter that we received about the importance of the heritage value of the bridge and the remains of the mill and then the land around it. Can I get an idea where we are with that? It was brought up before, but how important is that to this plan?
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, it's through the chair. I misspoke. The CMP actually does have a section 4.3 that does touch on those two heritage features. And Linda, off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure what it is. So I think Linda McDougall will be better able to answer that.
Thank you. Ms. McDougall?
Hi, yes. I pulled up the Conservation Master Plan and took a look at 4.3, and it does speak to the mill site, the park farm, and the Meadow Lily Bridge. And it was reviewed by the Heritage Planner before we circulated it and brought it forward.
Councillor Hopkins?
Okay, so I assume it was looked at, reviewed. It's not that important to the master plan, the ESA moving forward. Is that correct?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, it will continue to be protected inside the ESA boundary, as it has since the ESA was identified over 20 years ago. So absolutely, the Conservation Master Plan speaks to its protection. It will continue, the cultural heritage resources will continue to be protected inside the ESA. And like I say, the CMP was reviewed by the Heritage Planner to ensure the wording in it is accurate and forms a good record inside the Conservation Master Plan.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall, for that information. I think it's important that we hear that we understand that it was looked at. And I do want to thank everyone for the work, for getting this done. It's important that we get the boundaries in place, and also that we've extended the boundaries. That's good news as well. And we'll be supporting this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions from committee? If not, do I have a motion? I need a motion. So the mayor, are you moving the staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I am.
Do I have a second? Mon Dieu. Thank you, Councillor Turner. So with that, I will call the vote. Mayor Holder,
Happy to be in alignment with Councillor Turner, yes.
Councillor Hopkins,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer,
Yes.
Councillor Turner,
I guess that could have gone either way. Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. That brings us to our last public participation meeting for tonight, and it is a Ward 5 property, 348 Sunningdale Road. Can I have a motion to open the PPM? Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by the mayor. And I'll call that vote. Mayor Holder,
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer,
Yes.
Councillor Turner,
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
So I will go to Ms. Debert for a brief introduction. Ms. Debert, if you're speaking, your mic is muted, so we can't hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an application for a zoning bylaw amendment at 348 Sunningdale Road East, located on the north side of Sunningdale Road, just east of Lindisfarne Road. The property has an area of 0.635 hectares and was the site of a single detached dwelling until its demolition in 2015. The site is surrounded by parts of the Arva Moraine Wetland Complex, and the allowable building envelope is also impacted by the Imperial Oil pipeline easement along the north side of Sunningdale Road. Nearby uses include a mix of single detached, cluster single detached, and townhouse dwellings. The development proposal is for 2 3-story townhouse structures with a total of 17 residential units. The Planning and Environment Committee received an information report on this site, on May 27th, 2019. And as a result of discussions with staff following that meeting, the applicant requested changes to the proposal, which included provision for the southerly building to be oriented towards Sunningdale Road, a renaturalization area between the proposed buildings and Sunningdale Road, and increased the setback of the southerly building from Sunningdale Road. The requested zone change is from an urban reserve zone to a residential R5 special provision zone and an open space 5 zone. Many of the special provision zones result from splitting the land between 2 zones, which will act as property lines for zoning interpretation purposes. The remaining special provisions requested by the applicant are to reduce the west and east interior side yard requirements from 6 meters to 3.2 and 3 meters respectively. Staff are also recommending an increased rear yard setback of 7.5 meters in place of the required 6 meters to ensure an agreed upon building envelope is maintained. In addition, a holding provision is recommended to ensure that sanitary servicing is provided to the site to service the proposed development. Through the review process, members of the public raised concerns about the built form and design. Staff have recommended that at the site plan approval stage, the southerly townhouse building be oriented to the open space area and to Sunningdale Road to create a relationship to the street and to ensure that outdoor amenity areas are provided to provide protection from road noise. Additional concerns were raised about the protection of flora and fauna and the proposed amount of tree removal from the site. Staff are in agreement with the recommendations of the revised environmental impact study, which are to be implemented through the site plan approval process. These recommendations provide for the protection and maintenance of the adjacent provincially significant wetland and its related ecological features and functions, and for the naturalization and restoration of the lands within the recommended open space zone. A tree preservation report will also be finalized and implemented at that time. The requested zoning bylaw amendment is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the in-force policies of both the 1989 official plan and the London plan, which permit townhouse developments at the proposed intensity. The application is recommended for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Debert. Is the applicant here? Would the applicant care to speak to the committee? If you want to state your name, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ben McCauley with Zelenka Preamo Limited. I just wanted to say that we have no additional comments at this time. We're in full support of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions for staff or for the applicant on this application? Seeing none, I will check in to see if there are members of the public in the committee rooms who would like to address the committee. I see someone in number 4. Come to the mic, sir. I'll go to number 4 first, and the gentleman with the hat. Go ahead, state your name, and you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Committee. My name is Rob Johnson. As a longtime resident of Sunnydale Road, diagonally across from the subject land, I'd like to bring a different perspective to this forum. We're the 3rd generation of the same family living here on the site since 1947. My wife and I having purchased the property at 307 1995. Only one family lived there before my grandparents, also for several generations since the mid-1800s. I remember the development of the original uplands in the early 1960s and Old Man Powell's farm, for whom the Powell Drain wetland was named. In particular, the shotgun he wielded if he ever found us on his property. The family that purchased the subject property in 1963 were good neighbors. The north side of the road had large deciduous trees removed when the Imperial Oil pipeline was laid down. The road was well over a meter lower than it is now, raised 3 times since. Maybe a dozen cars used the road daily. As a teen, I worked collecting the straw and hay bales from the farm fields nearby, the present Uplands North. The nearest grocery store was either the Value Mart, formerly Dominion on Oxford by Richmond, or Steinberg's on Adelaide at Huron, a Freshco these days. With the city's progress over the decades, I rarely have to go south of Fanshawe for anything I need. From a rural setting, we've been amalgamated with London, the roads being paved and several neighborhoods built. Development has been an ongoing fact of life for us, some of it disappointing. We witnessed nighttime landscaping which eliminated the woodland west of Adelaide and Sunnydale. The pond west of us in Huron Haven Park was drained when the city constructed the sidewalk through it. The smell of rotting fish lasted weeks. Herons no longer visit. Mail delivery is a challenge for us, as is keeping our country mailbox in good repair with ongoing vandalism. What used to be quiet rural route number 5 now requires timing, outside of rush hour, to collect our mail on the other side of the road. Litter and dumping along Sunnydale eventually outpaced our gathering efforts. Our cedar hedge has blue box material blown into it whenever it's windy on collection day, and unwanted flyers litter the super box area on Skyline Avenue. The new development was coming. I've never opposed it. Some positives include the street lighting on Sunnydale by night and the traffic lights at Richmond and Adelaide. There's now a public transit stop within walking distance we've used. A sidewalk runs for a large portion on one side, much safer than when I was a child. Regarding this proposed development, we have no problem with the newer architectural style. The building elevations look on par with the surrounding community. We don't see any issues with the proposed density or height of the development. London needs more housing of higher density to house its growing population, making maximum use of land designated for such, including infills. Large lots are becoming an unsustainable model. Many homeowners don't want to maintain lawns or gardens, have pools, or shovel snow. Higher densities also mean delays to further amalgamations of outlying agricultural lands and natural environments. This is in line with the provincial policy statement, the London Plan of 1989 official plan. In speaking with the developer, we understand him to be keeping up with building science, exceeding the industry standards as he can afford to. Building at a higher cost allows the construction of more energy efficient homes, which buyers are seeking. We understand the stucco finish is actually Hardy panel, which is a factory primed fiber cement vertical siding in a stucco finish, not the cement plaster version many are familiar with. Conventional heating will be used. Electric heating not being mainstream in general construction yet. Green heating and cooling is something our levels of government need to mandate to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the use of fossil fuels with the global climate crisis upon us. The pipeline easement will protect trees and vegetation while giving a visual buffer from the road. True, many trees will have to come down, but several will be kept. Originally, the same family owned both 348 and 307 Sunningdale and planted most of the trees. Generations since have planted more. They are not original forest. By our calculations, if the recommendations of the tree preservation plan are followed, 56 trees with a diameter of 10 centimeters and greater will be preserved. That's about 41%. It's a win of sorts. The provincially significant wetlands surrounding the subject land will be preserved. The UTRC will see to that. Flora and fauna will have habitat. Some of the energy I've complained about anticipated garbage issues could go into addressing the escape garbage problem in the established community. Sunningdale will be widened from the overburdened country road it is, and together with the traffic light plant at Bluebell, will accommodate burgeoning traffic. The temporary closure of Sunningdale at Canvas Way since September 8th is a clear indicator that local use is a small fraction of our traffic.
About 15 seconds, sir. About 15 seconds.
We would like to point out that our neighbors participating in the zoning bylaw amendment process were only able to move into their present homes as a result of previous zoning bylaw amendments and the ensuing development. Opposing continued development will not stop the next generation from taking up residence in time. As long as the development process continues, while factoring in adequate infrastructure, keeps reasonable green space, maximizing on the available space, providing mixed densities and uses, traffic flow and the availability of public transport, we will consider the city to be managing new development responsibly. Considering the future of 348 Sunningdale, we are satisfied the city is doing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members? Oh, I see you in committee room 5. Go ahead, state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Arthur Mustard Thompson, and I'm a Western student who lives in the area. So I have a letter here I'm going to read. So, Dear City of London Planning Committee, I am delighted to hear that the front portion of 348 Sunningdale Road East will be designated as an OS5 zone. This is something that should be done for all new planning applications where mature trees are present. One of my worries with this application is the loss of the mature maple trees that line the edge of Sunningdale Road. I have been alerted that the road is due to be widened in 2025, which, along with this application, will result in the loss of these maple trees. Fortunately, I do believe that these trees could be saved if the road was widened to the south in this area, where there is nothing but a quite wide expanse of grass. I would strongly ask the council to consider this option, as mature trees always improve the aesthetic of a development and provide privacy to neighboring houses. I also wanted to comment on other future developments that are supposed to occur to the north of Sunningdale Road. I believe that it would be a good idea to designate a green space or open area along the north side of Sunningdale Road to provide a barrier to the houses located to the south side in the North Crest neighborhood. These homes have large lots and were primarily built in the 1970s. Any new homes or townhomes built directly across the street would be in stark contrast with these. Currently, the homes of North Crest are surrounded by farmland and green space on all but one side. The neighborhood has a long and interesting history, with at least 2 heritage properties and a laid-back, almost rural feel. Construction of the North Crest subdivision began in 1950. It was intended to be a semi-rural escape just to the north of the City of London. As the city has grown, the old estates and farms have fallen to developers. In their place have risen suburbs, where the lots are small, the houses are big, and there is not a tree in sight. The north of Sunningdale Road is still largely undeveloped, though, and City Council can protect this gem of a neighborhood by ensuring that development north of Sunningdale Road has open space along the road to ease the transition between the older and newer homes. London's remaining forests in the north end of the city are rapidly disappearing. One example of this is the recent application by UWO to rezone the Gibbons Lodge property at 1836 Richmond to allow for development. Although they deny that any building will occur, I am sure that it will at some point in the future. Another example is the parcel of land at 34 to 35 Debbie Lane, also located in the Gibbons wetland. Despite an application by Sifton many years ago to build 2 houses on the property being denied, the land is still designated to allow for development. This should be changed immediately so that this natural area can be protected. I would like to thank you all so much for listening to this rather lengthy input, and I wish you all a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Topsell. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address the Planning Committee? I just want to note to both Mr. Johnson and Mr. Thompson, if you would like your remarks entered into the public record, you could hand them in to the clerk that's in your respective committee rooms, and we'll see that they are added for council. And I'll ask one more time if there are any members of the public who would like to address the committee. Seeing none, I will look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Deputy Mayor Helmer. And I'll call that vote. Mayor Holder?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer?
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Comments, questions? I'll just make a couple of brief comments since this is in my ward. This is something that's come before us a couple of times at least. I know that there are a number of communications attached to the agenda, both in the added agenda and in the original agenda. People are not necessarily in favor of this development. I want to point out a couple of things that there is an Imperial Oil pipeline here, which does necessitate the setback being quite larger than it would necessarily have been. And so the development is pushed further away from Sunningdale Road because of that pipeline. Also because of the pipeline, a number of trees will remain along Sunningdale Road, which is a good thing, but we must remember that because there is an easement there along this pipeline, it is out of our control at some point in the future. If there is maintenance required on the pipeline, Imperial Oil could come in and remove some of those trees if that's what is necessary for their maintenance. However, for the time being, for the foreseeable future, those trees will remain, and that is a good thing. I do want to make a comment to the community that the north side of Sunningdale Road was subject to a community plan back in the early 2000s. It took about 10 years to complete. And it was arrived at through the work and consultation of city planning staff with the councillor of the day, which was former Mayor Joni Beckler, and with the community. And as I said, they worked at this for about 10 years. And what was agreed at the time was that we would see some medium density residential go up along the north side. So there was recognition of the low density on the south side. And as Mr. Johnson very eloquently pointed out, that's all fairly new development that has happened over the pretty recent, in the pretty recent history. And it was once farmland as well. So in order to provide a better transition from that low density residential to what would happen on the north side, the community and the council and the planners agreed on a medium density format on the north side of Sunningdale. So this is what we're seeing here. And knowing that some of residents of Ward 5 and residents in the immediate area are not necessarily in favor of this development, I'm supportive of it. I believe that there has been a compromise achieved through the work with the applicant, with the planning staff, to preserve a large number of trees on this site. And I believe 17 units is a fairly low intensity development. So knowing that some people will not be happy with this going forward, it has taken a lot of time and there has been a lot of work. I note back in here, the demolition of the heritage home that was once on the property goes back to 2015. And I did not support that demolition. I do note that I voted in favor at the planning committee based on the staff recommendation. But when we went to council, I received further information from, I believe it was Ms. Toski even, who couldn't be here tonight, who spoke to me at length about that property. And I did support retention of that as a heritage site. And unfortunately, I didn't have support of council for that. But that is a bit of the history on the site. I can't provide as much history as Mr. Johnson did tonight, and I'm grateful for that. Those are my comments, and I'll look to committee to see if there's anything further. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I had a couple quick questions on the ecological aspects of it. It's adjacent to a PSW. The report identifies that at current, there's no municipal sanitary sewer fronting the subject site. And so there's going to be a H17 holding provision for that. Also says that there's no storm sewer for that, nothing that runs along Sunningdale Road East. And so as a result, stormwater would be directed to the provincially significant wetland. It doesn't seem to be a sizable PSW, and I worry about the impact of those inputs into the PSW, and if there's perhaps a more appropriate outlet for those storm waters.
Ms. Debert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Mr. Feldberg. I'll take this one. In this case, we do have a subdivision or a future subdivision likely to occur on the lands just to the north and around it. The developer is actually currently undergoing or undertaking some environmental review in order to inform an EIS. So the H17, I think, would be appropriate, because what we would do is we would address the servicing when the future subdivision comes forward, and we'd be able to lift that holding provision at that time. Hopefully that answers the question.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Feldberg. That speaks to the wastewater component. It's the stormwater component that I'm most concerned about here. And if that's the case, would it not make sense to use that same infrastructure, or at least the same trench that's going to connect into the infrastructure for that other subdivision, to direct stormwater in that way, rather than into provincially significant wetland?
Thank you, and through the chair. Yes, I agree with that. Again, when that future subdivision comes forward, we'd be installing trunk sewers and whatnot in order to service. That'd be both sanitary and storm, as well as the water. So at that time, we'd be able to make that assessment. And because we have the H17, we're not going to lift that H17 until the sanitary is available, which in turn would require the storm to be available as well for the subdivision lands around it. So I believe we're well protected in order to prevent that discharge into the PSW. The EIS will also study some of that as well and make recommendations on how we retain that feature, as well as doing the hydrogeological assessment that we'd be doing up for the subdivision as well.
Councillor?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, in the paragraph 1 in the stormwater in the appendix, it says there is no stormwater sewer out on Sunningdale Road East to service the proposed development. As per City ASCON 25712, storm flows from this site will outlet directly to the wetland with on-site controls for both quality and quantity. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not approving that actually happens, and rather that there's consideration when the H17 gets lifted, or the conditions have been met to lift the H17, that the stormwater plan has been contemplated in a way that doesn't input into the PSW, unless that's appropriate. But it seems that it's not a sizable PSW to take a subdivision's stormwater.
Oh, I see Mr. Yeoman has his hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Yeoman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We greatly appreciate the councillor's flag on this, and it's an important matter for consideration through the site plan review that'll be occurring for the site as well, to make sure that we don't have external impacts on the adjacent wetland. We're at a fairly high level right now with the servicing studies that are being done, but we'll definitely be refining as we drill down for the site plan review.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Turner, you're good? Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to do a follow-up question to the road widening. And do we know where and how the road widening will occur in the next couple of years? Is that being formulated? I know where the property is going to be retaining a number of trees. And are there going to be options for road widening to the south?
I wonder if staff could answer that one.
Certainly, and through you, Madam Chair. So as the residents noted, or the members of the public noted, the plan is to widen Sunningdale east of Richmond in 2025. That's the current DC timing, and that goes from Richmond to Bluebell and then Bluebell to Adelaide as well. I would suggest that I'm not aware that we've completed the EA at this point. I'm expecting that 5 years is an approximate time when we kick off the EA, and we would start looking into the details of where those road widenings would go on the north and the south side, and we'd be taking into account the impacts to trees and some of those natural features that are on those sites.
Thank you for that, Mr. Feldberg. And I have another quick question about the slope stability assessment. Is that going to is that part of the site plan application moving forward?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, yes, that would be part of the site plan application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I know I've had a number of questions from residents about the Sunningdale Road widening, and I do know as well that one of the questions was which side. Unfortunately, I can't remember the staff response to that. So, so are there any other comments or questions from committee members on this one? I would note that, as Councillor Turner pointed out, the lack of servicing in the area is a long time thing. It goes back to amalgamation. And just south of this, this site is an older subdivision. And some of those homes are actually on well water in that subdivision. But because it was amalgamated as such, the city has not extended services to that older subdivision. So as we see more development take place in this corner of the city, the possibility of services going to that older subdivision increase. And in fact, the city staff in the last budget that we passed, the multi-year budget, did include some changes to how we would extend servicing to these remnant parcels that are still on septic systems, because there is a possibility of environmental problems caused by these older, much older septic systems. And so rather than going the old route of the community improvement plan, which was cost prohibitive to some of these areas, because the lots are so large, for one thing. That was one thing that we passed in the last budget, to extend servicing to these areas. So development helps us to do that as well. So I'm going to see if there's any other comments or questions about this subdivision. And I just want, there we go. Shoot. I'm having some issues with my system here right now. There, I got it running again. So with that, I wonder if there's a motion. Deputy Mayor, I assume you're moving the staff recommendation?
Indeed.
And is there a second? And seconded by Councillor Turner. With that, I'll call the vote. And in case you haven't picked up on this, because it comes in a different order every time, I'm calling a vote by how I see you on the screen, how you appear to me. So with this vote, I'm starting with Mayor Holder.
Nice to be in the first position. Yes.
Counselor Hopkins,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer,
Yes.
Counselor Turner,
Yes.
Counselor Kayabaga,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
That brings us to items for direction, and we have one item that is on the added agenda, and it is the report from the meeting of the London Advisory Committee on Heritage. There are quite a few addeds on that as well, added communications and a few requests for delegation. So what I'm seeing on the added agenda are 3 requests for delegation. And I look to committee on how you would like to handle that. Mayor Holder?
Very practical issue. I'm not sure how long you think this is going to go, but we haven't particularly had a break, and I don't know if it's appropriate to just take a few minutes for a bio break and then come back to this, depending on how long you think it's going to go.
I think that's a good suggestion, Mr. Mayor. So Mr. Mayor is moving 15-minute recess, and I wonder if there's sorry?
Tons of time.
Tons of time. Do I have a second for a 15-minute recess? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'll do a hand vote on that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Councillor. We are in recess for 15 minutes. We will be back at 7:45. It's been 15 minutes. We are at 7:45. I'll check to see if committee members are back. Thank you. We do have quorum. Hopefully Councillor Turner is within earshot, as well as Councillor Kayabaga. And
We're here.
Awesome, thank you. There you are, great. So let's get back to the matter of the requests for delegation. How would committee like to handle that? Councillor Turner?
I'll move they be granted.
So Councillor Turner is moving that we request, there are 3 delegation requests that I have on my added agenda. Mr. Allen of MHBC Planning, M. Tovey of 183 and 197 Ann Street, or I guess it's regarding 183 and 197 Ann Street, and A.M. Velastro regarding the same. And we already do have Ms. Wally on the agenda as reporting from Latch in her delegation, bringing us their report. So this has been moved by Councillor Turner. Do I have a second? Councillor Hopkins, and we'll vote on that. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes.
Councillor Turner.
Yes.
Mayor Holder.
Yes.
Councillor Kayabaga.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
So to begin, we will go to Ms. Wally. I see you in committee room 1/2 to present your report.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. This is the Latch report mainly concerned the possible designation of 197 and 183 Ann Street. As you can see from the Latch report, from the cultural heritage evaluation of that, the reasons for this designation are largely historic, associative, and contextual. These buildings are regarded as important to retain for the defining, maintaining, and supporting of an early industrial area of the city. Yes. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, everybody's saying yes. Go ahead, Ms. Wally. Just,
Okay.
it's difficult with the masks, and as
Yes,
long as you.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yes. So regarding 197 and 183 Ann Street. 197 is what we call the Old Kent Brewery. The Kent is nothing to do with the man who owned the property originally, but is due to the fact that this brewery imported hops from Kent in England, and it was very proud of that. And it's the earliest representative industrial building of a group of industries that once lined Carling's Creek. For instance, there was Arscott's Tannery, Carling's Brewery, CPR Storage, Hyman's Tannery, and others. There has been a brewery there since 1859. It was bought by John Hamilton in 1861, and it grew to be London's 3rd ranked brewery after Carling's and Labatt's, until the Temperance Act of 1916 sealed its fate. But it continued its usefulness as a garage, cigar factory, cheese factory, winery, etc., until present day. Adaptive reuse even in those days. It is a vernacular and utilitarian structure, which clearly represents its past function, and it has been described as the largest surviving brewery artifact from Victorian London, Middlesex. 183 is the house next door to it. The house was built by the brewery owner, Joseph Hamilton, in 1887. He was the son of the original founder of the brewery, and he tripled the business. Therefore, it has a direct association with the brewery, and it is visually and historically linked to its surroundings. As brewery family and workers lived along this north side of Ann Street as far up as St. George. The longevity of the site means together they represent a rare Canadian example of 19th century brewery site. North Talbot, as you may know, is subject to an area-specific inventory or review. And Carlings Creek corridor has been identified as possibly a sub-area within that study. So it has a lot of importance for us. And that's mainly my LATCH report.
Thank you, Ms. Wally. Are there any comments or questions or any technical questions of Ms. Wally in that report? Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I note that we are dealing with a number of properties. Was the focus of LATCH only to speak to those two properties, or at least that with the brewery, or were they going to be speaking to other issues?
Yes, at this point, that with those two properties only for designation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I think what we can do now is move to the others who are here with requesting delegation. And I will just go in order of the requests as they appear on the added agenda. And first we have Mr. Allen from MHBC Planning. If you would like to come forward to the microphone, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Hi there.
Oh, it's Mr. Soufan.
Yeah, sorry. I've got Scott Allen here and his team from MHBC's Heritage Group. But really, I mean, at hand, we're not looking to defend or debate or deny the facts that LATCH has come to. What we're really looking for, because this is these two properties form part of an active planning application that was before planning committee a few months back, and we were referred back to work with staff, fill in the blanks, and come back to you. And that date has been set for November 30th of this year. So I guess our request at this time, and not to belabor things, would be to respectfully request a deferral of these designations or the proposed designations to be dealt with at the right forum, which we think, in our humble opinion, is the November 30th Planning Committee date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soufan. Councillor Turner, did you put your hand up there?
Just a really quick one, if I might, with that presentation or what comes forward to us in November, does that include a heritage impact assessment, or since the designation isn't currently in place, would it not? So I guess what we'd be looking for, would we be speaking to that component at the time when it returned back to us?
Yeah, why don't you tell them what we plan on doing? Yeah, if you don't mind. Introduce yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Rachel Retsch. I'm from MHBC Heritage Planning. So a heritage impact assessment was completed by us a year ago. And since then, LATCH has reviewed it and they've come back with some revisions to that report. Right now, just reiterating what Ali just said is both buildings right now are not in imminent danger. The developer has promised that no demolition permit application will be submitted at this point in time. And as he said, we're in the middle of a planning process. And we just received LATCH's report as of October 14th with some final conclusions. So they did their own analysis through Ontario Regulation 906. And in that report, it's important to note that both buildings were concluded to have no physical design value under Ontario Regulation 906. And later on in this report, which you should have before you, they completed a statement of cultural heritage value or interest for both buildings, and they've listed heritage attributes, and these are physical heritage attributes, which contradict their initial conclusion that the buildings, both buildings, have no physical design value. So in summary, we're just requesting that this item be deferred, so that we can continue with the planning process. As I just mentioned, we just received this report as of October 14th, and we're looking forward to collaborating with staff, looking at alternative development options, mitigation measures, and conservation recommendations. So we would just request that we have this deferral just to allow more time to understand the report that they've submitted and how we can work together to come to a, yes, sorry. Oh, okay, it's okay, I'm finished.
Okay, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, this feels to me like not an unreasonable request. Look, we're all aware about active planning applications.
Just point
Sorry,
of order,
sorry,
Yeah.
Councillor Turner did have the floor. My apologies.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, that's my fault.
Yeah, no, my apologies, Madam Chair. Actually, the point of order was more that I believe there's still a couple delegations prior to us getting into the consideration of the matter.
Absolutely.
I was just the question was for the that delegate delegation to see what was coming forward at that time.
Fair enough. Thank you,
Councillor. And I was about to point that out as well, so that we should hear from the rest of the delegations. So I will go to the next request, the next delegate, Miss M. Tovey. Mr. M. Tovey is next on my list. And you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors on the committee. This presentation makes use of the slide deck that appears in the pack at an agenda beginning on page 558. In 1859, Henry Marshall and a partner established a brewery on Lot 3 on the south side of Ann Street, the current location of the main Kent Brewery building. The original partnership did not last. Soon, a second set of proprietors, Dundas and Phillips, tried their hand at running the Kent Brewery. Phillips dropped out of the partnership and Dundas advertised the brewery for rent in September of 1861. The call was answered by John Hamilton, a brewer and maltster who had run the Nabby Street Brewery in Dunfermline, Scotland. John Hamilton took over the Kent Brewery in late 1861, taking a house on Ann Street near the brewery. It was common at the time for brewers to live near their breweries. Both the Carlings and the Labatts sited their houses next to their breweries. By 1870, brewer John Hamilton was producing 8,000 gallons of porter and ale, generating a profit of $500. The brewery's prosperity enabled Hamilton to buy not only the land on which the brewery stood, but all of the properties between the brewery and St. George Street, including the land on which 183 Ann Street now sits. The 1870s were not without incident at the brewery. In 1873, the Globe reported that John Hamilton and his son, Joseph Hamilton, who was now working in the brewery alongside his father, were brutally attacked by a local gang of rowdies. In 1875, the Globe newspaper tells us that John Hamilton's brother, William, who worked at the brewery, committed suicide. The fact that the Globe in Toronto picked up these stories suggests that the brewery, even in the 1870s, was of more than local significance. In 1887, John Hamilton died in his home at 183 Ann Street, a frame cottage next door to the brewery. The brewer's son, Joseph, took over his father's brewery and moved to 179 Ann Street, one of the properties that John Hamilton had purchased in the 1870s. The brewer's son, Joseph, initiated a new strategy. He rebranded the firm's signature porter as Hamilton's London Porter. The canny use of London in that name played on a tradition of highly regarded porters from London, England, also known as London Porter. Joseph began running ads on the front page of the London Free Press next to the masthead and included facsimiles of beer labels in his larger ads. These strategies paid dividends. By 1893, Joseph had tripled the commercial worth of the brewery. This newfound prosperity enabled him to replace his father's frame cottage with the substantial yellow brick residence seen today at 183 Ann Street. Near the end of the century, Joseph would make extensive alterations and additions to the brewery itself, cladding it in a yellow brick similar to 183 Ann Street next door. The brewery continued to thrive until 1916, when it closed in response to the September 16th, 1916 Ontario Temperance Act. The Kent Brewery building at 197 Ann Street remains in use as 2 residential units and as an automotive service. The home built by brewer Joseph Hamilton, 183 Ann Street, remains in use as residential units. These properties are a rare example in Canada of a 19th century brewery site which preserves the brewer's house next to the brewery. Both 183 Ann Street and 197 Ann Street merit designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act on historical and contextual grounds. I would like to respectfully ask that 183 Ann Street and 197 Ann Street be considered for designation on their own merits and not in conjunction with the planning application. Thank you for your consideration of this important matter.
Thank you, sir. Your comment, your presentation is included in the added agenda, and council and committee members do have that, so thank you. I will move to the next delegate, which I believe is Ms. Velastro.
No, I'm okay. I can take it. So the planning application that's coming up November 30th is public. You can take a look at it now. And there's no retention of any of these buildings that we're trying to protect. They're demolished in the application for November 30th. And I just want to tell you that I just find that heritage is so fragile. I mean, it's not really taught, especially local stories. You can demolish these buildings and it can be forgotten very quickly. And even if you don't think it's important, you can't deny that it adds richness and intrigue to a community. And without the preservation of these buildings, it just becomes very boring. It's very homogeneous. It's not diverse. There's a lot of, they add interest. The other thing I wanted to say is I'm really disappointed when the mayor wants to defer this, because if they're deserving of designation, they should be designated. Because it tells me it's a political decision. And really these buildings are deserving. I can't think of a building that deserves more protection than these buildings. And just before I came here tonight, I got this in my mailbox. It's a notice that the people who tore down Camden Terrace now want to also tear down what was left. Was a gift to the public for compensation for tearing down Camden Terrace, 193, 195 Dufferin. And I just feel like, is there anything they cannot do? These people have an entire city block, and yet they can't make one house work in their design. And we really want to raise the bar so that these developers design buildings that incorporate not just a little piece of it, but in their entirety, to catapult forward a notion that we can do better design, more interesting design that incorporates our heritage. And I really hope you do not support the mayor in his decision, in his recommendation to defer this matter. Either they deserve heritage or they don't. And there's no point making the community come out all over again when we worked so hard and we know in our heart of hearts, these buildings deserve designation there. It doesn't matter if they're pretty or ugly. They tell one of the best stories of this city that you can have. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Velastro. So that's it for our delegations.
under Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I wonder, through the chair, would there be enough time for Heritage staff to take a look at the work that's been done by Latch and have their own report about the heritage value of these properties on the timeline that has been discussed?
I'll respond to this through the chair. The staff has already looked at the research and recommendation that the Latch has put forth and has reviewed it and concurs with the statements that have been prepared. Just as background, as part of the heritage impact assessment that was referred to by the applicant's representative, that heritage impact assessment was reviewed by staff. This was back in January of this year. As part of that review, there was the recommendation in that report was that the buildings did not contain any heritage significance. Because there was conflicting information regarding the conclusions that were reached from the heritage impact assessment and information that was coming from the heritage community and from the Latch and from the stewardship subcommittee, staff did their own research and did a 906 evaluation as a memo that was used to inform, the intention was to inform file planners recommendation to PEC so as part of that, staff also found that there was the property retains historical associations and contextual values that are sufficiently significant to warrant support for Part 4 heritage designation of the property. And this would have been 197 Ann Street. I should mention as well, I think it's important to note that independent heritage consultants in preparation of a North Talbot cultural heritage inventory that is currently being undertaken found that both properties, 183 and 197 Ann Street, exhibit cultural heritage value or interest in all three categories, which would be historical, contextual, and physical values. And finally, as part of the heritage impact assessment that was undertaken, part of the staff's review of that, we had, the city had a peer review of that heritage impact assessment that indicated that the buildings both have heritage value and integrity. So just sharing that information, that staff has looked at the report, staff has done their own evaluation, and there's been evaluations done, a peer review evaluation, of the heritage impact assessment, and an independent review as part of an inventory that's currently being undertaken that have all found that these properties have cultural heritage significance and value that warrant consideration for designation.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Deputy Mayor.
Well, one of my takeaways from that is that it sounds like you're quite ready to write a report, and on the timeline we're talking about, then it sounds like you're all ready to go. So I would support waiting, although I will tell you that I do treat these matters as separate issues, and I have in the past, which is, should these properties be designated? And then separately, is some land use zoning amendment that's being sought appropriate? And both things can be true. You know, they could be designated, and also there could be some kind of change to the land use. And we don't do it that way very often. A heritage alteration permit is the way to do that. And I know sometimes people think we have to deal with them at different meetings. But I've always argued that these are logically distinct things, that whether you deal with them at the same meeting or at separate meetings, you need to make the appropriate decision for each of those matters separately. And I think our discussions will be informed by a more detailed version of what Ms. Dent just provided, which is a staff report that would come to this meeting and provide some context and her perspective, or I'm not sure which heritage planner is handling it. It sounds like it's Ms. Dent on this issue, headed into the next sort of planning cycle, the end of November. I guess that'd be a couple meetings from now, but I think that is appropriate. I think we have to keep them separate. Sometimes I have seen where they get tied up together in a inappropriate way, and I just don't think that's necessary. I think we can deal with them separately. But whether it's today or it's later, I think the issues are the same. If it's later, we'll have the benefit of having a report from staff as well as all the great work that has been done by Latch. And I will say quite extensive work by the Stewardship Subcommittee, and really appreciate the work of the Advisory Committee on that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anybody else? No comments from anybody else. Mr. Mayor.
Sir, excuse me, Chair, thank you. So what I almost heard the Deputy Mayor say was that, and I think I did, was that it may make some sense for staff to come back with an appropriate recommendation at a later cycle. And I would certainly support that as well. If we're looking to request staff take some specific action with respect to this, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anybody else? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation here, and given the information that we already have, I'm prepared to make a decision. But I acknowledge what Deputy Mayor Helmer said about having a staff report and having more information. But we've heard from Ms. Dent what that information is going to look like. So I agree. I'm on two sides of this. We can make a decision tonight, or how much is how are we going to change the information that we've already received at a later date? So I'd be willing, I'm open to deferring it for just the staff report. If that is information that my colleagues would need to have, and it's valuable information, I agree. So on that point alone, I would be willing to defer it. But I am open to hearing from my other committee members as well.
So I'll ask Ms. Dent. Deputy Mayor mentioned one possibility is one cycle. I'm wondering, knowing all the work that has already gone into this, sorry, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
No, I'm not suggesting that come necessarily within one cycle. I think I was just being optimistic about when our next planning committee meeting was. So I think that was mentioned earlier, like the 30th of November is when this other issue is coming back. I just wanted to make sure she had enough time to get something ready for then. And it sounds like the report maybe is already written. She seems ready to go. So I just want to clarify. I wasn't talking about next cycle.
Okay, so I'll ask Ms. Dent when she could have a report ready. Is November 30th doable, or how soon can a report be written?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. There would be a requirement for this to go to the London to Latch again, a staff report. So I would have, I'd have to work my schedule back from the second Wednesday of November, and then when all of the reporting would have to get to management for review. It would be tight. I guess I don't have the calendar in front of me right now, but it would be tight to meet that Latch deadline, which then would allow that to go for, because we would need that recommendation before going to PEC at the end of November. So it would be tight.
Hold on one second. The clerk has something to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because there's some indication that people do not have calendars in front of them, I thought I'd be helpful. The next Latch meeting at this point is scheduled for November the 11th, and the next, it would go to the November 30th PAC meetings, so that gives almost 3 weeks. So I'm not sure if that's helpful or not, 2.5 weeks.
So the next Latch meeting is November 11th, and the next PEC meeting following Latch is November 30th.
Right. There would be a requirement for public circulation, but this has already been circulated. So I'd have to confer about that that process, because this demolition request and has the request for designation has already been forgive me, I'm in error.
Okay. Any other comments from committee? It seems people are tongue-tied. The clerk is putting her hand up again.
Through Madam Chair, we can work with Ms. Dent if we need to schedule the Latch meeting for closer to the PEC meeting. We can do that as long as we can turn the report around. So perhaps you could leave it to staff to work out the dates.
I saw Councillor Hopkins first, and then I'll go to you, Deputy Mayor.
So I guess what is important is that we receive this report before we receive the application, or at the same time. And I just want to make sure that will happen. So I appreciate the clerk's comments.
Deputy Mayor.
I suppose it's excellent that we're allowing for the possibility that Latch, having read the report from planning staff and heritage planners, would somehow come to a different conclusion than they already have. It seems to me that that's a remote possibility, and that we already have the benefit of Latch's advice, essentially a little bit out of order than we get sometimes, which is staff report goes to Latch comments, Latch makes a recommendation, and then we deal with it. So I think partly it's because Latch has acted quickly and done this work themselves and provided the report to committee directly. We haven't had the benefit of the staff report. And so I'm just going to move the referral to get the staff report on the heritage designation of those two properties. I think that is enough detail, because I think there's only one timeline where this will work. It sounds like the heritage planner is ready to go in terms of writing the report. I'm sure if we can get it to Latch, they can benefit from reading that report and giving us their advice again, but we have already heard it. And I think it's been very detailed and very helpful. And then I think we'll be on the same sort of timeline, but we'll have the addition of the staff report and potentially some other detail about these other reports, like the peer review of the heritage impact study. Like there's a bunch of things that were mentioned that I think would be helpful in terms of the decision making, and some disagreement, even just in the comments that I heard from Ms. Dent. Some people are saying there's physical design value. Some people are saying there's not. Even just in this meeting, I've heard some differences of opinion. So I would like to have the report in writing. And so I'll make the referral. I think there's a seconder, since the mayor brought it up earlier. Yeah. And then maybe we can move on to debating whether that's a good idea or not.
So the clerks have some wording for a referral, which Ms. Lozinski will read out.
that the following actions be taken with respect to the 7th report of the London Advisory Committee on Heritage from its meeting held on October 14th, 2020. Part A, postpone consideration of clause 4.1 C and D to allow staff a chance to prepare a report for the November 30th, 2020 PAC report relating to the properties located at 197 Ann Street and 183 Ann Street, and Part B, approve the remainder of the Latch report.
Deputy Mayor, how does that sound?
Sounds better than what I said.
Any debate on the referral?
No, no debate. I'll step what the Deputy Mayor just said.
Hold on. Any debate on the referral from anybody else? Okay, I have a comment. I agree with Councillor Hopkins' comments. So in the fact even that, so this went from a heritage evaluation by the applicant, which was disputed by Latch and also disputed by our staff, some of the conclusions that came out of that. Then we have consultants that are currently working for the city on the North Talbot area, and they basically do not concur with the conclusions of the applicant's heritage evaluation. And then we have the London Advisory Committee on Heritage that has come forth tonight with a pretty substantial evaluation. And our heritage planner has stated that, in her opinion, she concurs with the conclusion of the report coming from the London Advisory Committee on Heritage. So now what we're going to propose is that our staff, who have given us this verbal report tonight, put this verbal report in writing, take it back to the London Advisory Committee on Heritage, and then come back to the Planning Committee. I think that's very convoluted. I agree with Councillor Hopkins. I don't see how anything is going to change from our staff's recommendation, and I won't support the referral. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, and I respect, Chair, that you have that view, but it just seems really challenging to me we're talking about superimposing these heritage regulations on these properties during a time when we know a developer is currently looking at revising their plans and based on earlier feedback from this committee. I don't think the time frame is unreasonable. It may well be that the staff come back and advise that what their position is, which sounds similar to what we've heard. But this almost feels to me like ready, fire, aim, and no disrespect to staff or colleagues who are considering this. But I just think in terms of this, there's been no designation. The developer here of these properties is looking to work with the community, looking to work with staff. I think you have to give them an opportunity. We'll see what staff come back with, and I think that's respectful. And I hope that this referral is supported by colleagues.
Any other comments? Councillor Turner.
I didn't want to weigh in, but there's two truths, and Deputy Mayor Helmer identified those early on. This can easily be a heritage site that requires designation, and there can be development that goes on. Just would require a heritage alteration permit, and so those are two separate things. I think it's important to restate that because I think that's getting lost here. I do support the referral. I think having the conversation adjacent to each other is helpful because it provides the context of the discussion, knowing both those things. But I think they are two separate matters, and and it is helpful to have them so that we have a sense of what the whole scope of everything involved with that discussion is in one place. It's harder when it's a little bit more disjointed. But so for those reasons, I think also it brings us into a public participation meeting. This part itself won't be a PPM, but the file application itself will be, and we'll have a chance to hear from public in that regard too. So I absolutely recognize what the chair and Councillor Hopkins are saying. I think there's quite a bit of information that allows us to review and consider whether we make that decision now. I don't know if I'm going to get any more information in the discussion when it comes back, but it becomes immediately juxtaposed to the file application itself, which is helpful for the debate sometimes. So yeah, and I think the only other question, I guess everything else ends up, yeah, I think if we're doing that, all we're doing in this is taking these two addresses out, deferring them, and the rest of the Latch report. I haven't heard any other discussion about whether there's any concerns about what's being recommended, but I think they're all appropriate. So I would, once we dispense with this item, I think we can quickly dispense with the other and move that forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make it clear that I will not be supporting the deferral, even though I do understand that more information coming forward, that would help inform other colleagues of how they're going to address this. I acknowledge that. But for me, having the information that I already have, I'm not sure what will change. So for that reason, I won't be supporting the deferral.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? Seeing none, we have a motion to refer on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. I will call the vote. Mayor Holder.
Yes.
Councillor Turner.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Yes.
Councillor Hopkins.
No.
Councillor Kayabaga.
Yeah.
And I vote no.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-2.
So that takes care of the entire Latch report there, based on the motion. And Councillor Turner.
I believe the rest of the Latch report, the recommendations for additions to the heritage inventory are things that we need. So that was that component. I'll move the balance of the recommendations from Latch.
Councillor, it was in the whole motion that the clerk read out. Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. She read it out.
She read A and B. Yes, Councillor. So that takes us to the end of our agenda. There are no more items for direction. There are no deferred matters or additional business. There is one thing that I would like to bring to everyone's attention, that this was our last meeting with Mr. Pompili. He will be leaving the City of London, much to our chagrin, and Mr. Yeoman actually would like to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, this is Mr. Pompili's last meeting. He is heading to the City of St. Thomas to be their Director of Planning. So we've got a very large regional competition for talent, as I'm sure you can appreciate. And so the City of St. Thomas is very fortunate to have him joining them. Mr. Pompili has over 28 years of experience with the city. He's worked in pretty well most areas of the corporation. He's probably one of the few employees that can say that as part of their track record for all those years. So he's had a lot of different levels of responsibility, and he's made a lot of major contributions to our community. And so we thank him for that, and we're going to miss him. And we're very happy for the City of St. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Yeoman. Councillor Turner, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I am very impressed and saddened at the same time. I've known Mr. Pompili since he was staff support into a couple of the committees. I served on advisory committees, both ACE and EPAC, a long time ago. So, he's done incredible work, and he's certainly going to be missed by me, and I know by his colleagues and the rest of the city. So, Lou, good luck in St. Thomas. I know you'll do a great job, and we'll miss you here.
Yes, we will all miss Mr. Pompili, especially the chair for what's left of my term. I enjoyed his smiling face at the pre-planning meetings that we did. So St. Thomas's gain is London's loss, and good luck, Mr. Pompili. And with that, I look for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Turner. I'll ask for a show of hands. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Councillor. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks.